Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? Good Thursday.
It is a good Thursday.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
How's everybody doing today? You guys good?
I don't know. Today was a weird day.
Why?
Well, last night was weird, and then into today, and then
Why? What happened
the
to you?
pulse of the
What's the
pulse
matter?
of people. It's back, but it's not back, and it's.
Are you talking about the Pac-12?
Well, it's the Pac-6, man. 6-pack.
Yeah. All right.
That was weird. Didn't see that one coming. That was like a
No.
That was like a blazer weird press release middle of the night. Like kind of broke. Who was that? Yahoo had it last night about like 10:30, something like that.
Came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
I kind of like that about Realignment.
Yeah, just
You don't see anything coming, and then it just bam. It's
and
like
away we go.
amazing.
So there was that. I saw a phenomenal roid rage incident today. Unless it turns out that like in the news that there was a shooting or anything. I saw a
Where
road
was
rage
this?
or a road rage.
Oh, you said roid.
Sorry, no, road, not roid. But I was coming from the gym, so maybe it was roid rage. I saw an old Dodge Caravan ram into the back of a Honda CRV because they got pissed at him.
On purpose?
Yeah.
Rammed
Dude, yeah, dude, it was intense. I was leaving the gym. I was eating a buddy of mine for lunch. And like all of a sudden the horn, just like a nonstop, like 20-second horn, it scared the living, you know what out of me. I thought it was me. And so I'm like looking around. I was like, what? Because I had just changed lanes. And I was like, did I cut someone off? Because instantly I'm like, all right, what did I do now? I don't want to be doing that either.
What have I done?
Yeah, I was like, my bad. Like it. And then, and I looked, it wasn't. It was the one kind of right behind me to the right. There was like this beat up old minivan. And they were just laying on the horn. And I don't know what the Honda did to elicit it. I'm assuming cut them off or something. But my man went on for about 40 seconds of just, not the, just one.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we all know that guy.
Yeah. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then we get to the light and they're right behind each other and it starts again. I was like, holy crap.
So wait, he's still behind him?
Still behind him. So,
And he's honking. He's still laying on his horn?
I'm in line with the little Honda. The beat up minivan is behind us.
Okay.
And I'm one lane over. So he goes for about 40 seconds and then stops. And I'm kind of thinking it's over. But then we get to the light and he starts again. And so my man in the Honda starts taking off. And of course, you know what he does? He brake checks.
Oh.
I was like, ooh, that's not. It's like, that's not going to go well. And so then it just starts again. And so my man's brake checking. He's honking. The minivan cuts me off. It like swerves in between me and the car because he wants to get side by side.
Oh, he wants to see him.
He wants to see him
Oh,
to give that guy the. So I'm like, holy crap!
Aren't you kind of at this point? Aren't you like out of there? Like, are you trying to get a?
I was kind of like,
Let's maybe.
Yeah, I was like, there's nothing good.
Let's turn here.
Like nothing good can come from this. Although the Mongolian Grill was right up the road, so you know. It's heading to the grill.
Oh, so you had to get to your lunch destination.
Well,
like,
yeah,
there's no way you could pull off and just let them shoot each other.
I guess I could have pulled over. There was a KFC right there. I was like,
I love that it's like, I'm not going to get involved, but Mongolian Grill's right there, so I'm staying right here.
hey, I've been looking forward to this Mongolian Grill all day long. So my man just darts in front of me. So now I just back way off. I'm like, we're going way back. I want nothing to do with this. And so they keep kind of doing this whole speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. I see middle fingers going and they approach the light and the Honda guy goes to turn and the Dodge dude just turns right into him and just drills him right from behind.
So he goes to turn left or right?
Turn right. And the Dodge, there is no way that was not on purpose. He turned right into him. And it wasn't like a brake check. The guy was just turning and my man just, bam!
But wait.
Slammed him from behind.
In my head, they're like this. Okay, see my hand?
No. The Dodge had pulled behind him.
Okay, so the Dodge is back behind him.
The Dodge is back behind him.
This homie turns right.
And my man goes to do like a pit maneuver on him, like you're trying to spin him out.
Smashes the passenger side?
Would have been like it would have been the quarter panel like as he was turning. So it would have been
the back?
Yeah, it would have been the back corner as he was turning.
Yeah. Was there anybody in the passenger seat?
Not that I saw. And so at that point, I just went through the light and was like, holy crap.
And then they stop and get out and fight?
Don't know. I just kept going.
We need an ending to this.
I thought about it, man, but I was like, my man in the minivan, like I never really got a good look at the person in the little SUV.
You said this is Vancouver?
No, it's over in Portland. Okay. My man in the minivan the anger on his face, holy cow. I mean, it was palpable. As he was laying on that horn, you could just see his face screaming, bright red. And here's the other one. When you see that minivan, don't mess with that minivan because that dude doesn't care. That guy's got nothing to lose. He's driving around in that thing. Nothing.
I don't see anything on in the news here.
Well, thank heavens.
Or I mean in the news.
I just was like, that was one of those where I could see someone getting out and full-on violence erupting. Hopefully the person in the Honda realized that once they got hit, don't stop. That's when you just call the police and you just keep going. You do not get out and confront that guy.
Well, I'm a little disappointed in my roving news reporter here.
Dude, you're gonna get out and see what's happening there?
I'm not gonna get out.
No, I'm not doing anything, man.
But
no, I'm right through that light and I'm out.
I'm watching.
Well, and again,
maybe pulling out my AK.
Yeah, no. All I thought about was like literally when I got to my destination or whatever, I was like, what if like that is the sort of thing where someone gets shot over? All because I don't even know, someone cut someone off or someone entered traffic. I mean, look, that's not the best part of town, but my gosh, everyone lighten up.
Yeah, we live on a busy street, and I've told you before, but it's Thunderdome out there.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you will hear, and it's not every day, but a couple times a week, you will hear the one person who cannot, something happened. Maybe somebody didn't stop or whatever, because it's like a 5-way stop right there. They can't let it go.
No.
And they will lay on the horn, and you will hear the horn all the way up the street, or they'll roll down their window and yell awful thing. I've heard awful thing. People, I mean, they say the worst things when they, I mean, I think some of these people, like this guy in the van, they just can't control themselves. Like they're so off. They're it's visceral, right? They're just unhinged.
This went for probably almost 2 miles because like it's from the gym to the Mongolian Grill, and someone's asking, do you go to Chang's on 122nd? Damn right. It's the best Mongolian
Is that where we
Grill.
were?
That's where we were at.
Chang's.
So like it's like a 2-mile stretch. It's just one straight shot right there from where I work out down to that. And it's just, and so that thing went for, of that 2+ mile road, that thing went for like 1.5 miles. And you would think one of them would have turned off, one of them would have backed off. No, they were not letting this thing go. It was, and it was mutual. I mean, the one dude was brake checking, and I mean, they had a chance to end that thing so many different times, and they were like, "Nah, we ain't having this." It was something else.
It wasn't
Bring
you?
gas.
What?
Was it you?
Was it me?
Yeah.
No, I don't own a minivan.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. If I was driving a Dodge Caravan, I think I would know. I think I'd be aware.
I had to ask.
I think I'd be aware of that.
I have to ask the important questions.
Yeah. But the important part of the story, the Mongolian Grill was delightful.
Chang's?
Yeah. It was great.
Okay.
Had some lamb.
I'll take your word for it.
A little sweet and spicy
Is that
going on.
Is that where they cook it up right
yeah.
right there at the table?
No, you said you take it up to the big grill. That's like a Benihana's at the table.
Oh.
This is like a communal
But
grill.
it's all raw, right? And then they
yeah.
cook it right there.
They cook it right there in front of you. You got your noodles, you got your veggies, throw some meat, some sauces on there.
Real ballers eat it raw.
I don't think that's a good idea.
That's what Shannon Sharpe would do.
I don't think you should eat raw chicken. That's not good. Or pork.
We have new Shannon Sharpe audio, not the audio from his live stream.
What happened?
He went on Chad Ochocinco's show to basically say, "Okay,
Wait,
fine, I wasn't hacked."
Can you update me on where he is in the sports media landscape? Because I've lost.
Ochocinco?
No.
Shannon Sharpe?
Shannon Sharpe.
Well, I think he does his own Club Shay Shay. He has his own podcast that's pretty popular.
He was with Skip Bayless,
and
then he got
Bayless.
canned?
I'm pretty
gone.
sure he's back at ESPN.
Is he?
Oh, is he? Okay.
I think so. I think
What show is he on?
Did he have First Take with Stephen A?
I think he bounces around, but I think he's back with Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I'm fairly certain he's back at ESPN.
I can't keep track of all those bros.
Yeah, this is right here. Shannon Sharpe will not face discipline from ESPN over sex stream.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I mean, for God's sake.
Honest mistake. Who
know.
cares? Why do we
I don't know.
Why do we pearl clutch so much about
Yeah, he's
doing it?
He's back on First Take with Screaming.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
And then Skip is no longer then? Is he gone?
He
Gone?
was doing it on his own with some, without Shannon Sharpe, but I think they either blew him out or they're not renewing his contract. So
Okay.
he's going to be a free agent as well.
Good.
Yeah.
So what is Sharpe saying now?
It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving. Hey, I'll get it in. Real talk. Hey, yo.
Whoa, that's it.
That's it.
Hey,
Real talk.
yeah, guy was out there getting it done.
Y'all thought I was bull jiving.
Well,
I'm gonna get it in.
I mean, what do you want? I mean,
Yeah, well, that's what I said yesterday. I'm like, why are you saying that you're hacked? Just to, like, no one. I don't know. Is anybody
I'll get
really?
it in.
he didn't say he was hacked.
He did say that's
No,
what
no.
Buckley said.
That was the first thing. He
No.
sent a screenshot on his
No.
Instagram that
No,
said he was.
No, he said that I'm on top of this.
You
I know
are.
about my Shannon Sharpe dong.
He
stories.
blamed it on a staffer. He said a staffer
Yeah,
put up an apology for him.
He said he's got a staff member that handles some of the most of those people have a publicist or someone, and he said immediately the publicist tried to get out in front of it, and he said, no, we're not doing that. This was, the honest truth. So he said the hack thing was a publicist throwing it out there, and he was like, nah,
So he threw that out at first.
The publicist did, according to him, and then he's like, no, I did it, and he goes, I didn't realize, what was happening,
Yeah.
and no harm.
Honest mistake.
All you heard was like you said, you just heard some grunts. You heard a man doing some rutting. That's all.
He was getting it in.
He was getting it in, man.
I'll get it in.
Oh man, I love sports for these reasons. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, again, does this hurt his brand? Far
No.
from it.
Like I said, I just don't think anybody was offended. It's one of those funny things, and you see it on social media, and you spend 20 seconds on it, and you move on with your day.
Exactly.
Like, it doesn't affect anyone.
No.
Calm down.
Calm down.
All of you.
Go home and watch Kids Bop.
That's right.
Well, we can't admit that. Did we not think that Shannon Sharpe was out there getting it in? Look at him.
Right.
I know from being around him for the better part of a year. Trust me, 20 plus years ago, he was still out there getting it in, and he's doing it now.
I'll
They
get it
can't
in.
hear me because they're listening to Kids Bop.
He was, how would I say, he was very popular with females in the Denver area, and I think he still probably is.
Not married, I'm told.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He had
Because that would be bad.
Yeah, he had a.
Unless it was his wife.
Yeah,
But it didn't really sound like his wife.
When we were in,
wives don't sound like that.
Well, maybe his does. He had a blonde
Wives
gal.
don't sound like that.
I liked that one. I'm sorry. I thought that was good.
He had a blonde gal that would show up and pick him up sometimes in his car in Denver from like the buses and stuff. And boy, yeah, it was
Good for him.
Oh, it's good from like 59 out, man. It's impressive.
All right, so guys,
and gals,
I think you were alluding to this at the start of the program.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 has expanded.
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's weird because it went from the
Are you
12
kidding
to
me?
the 2 and now to the 6, but now there's going to be more coming. So
Yeah, this is exciting. Came out of nowhere. Let's talk about it. It's the subject of our poll question. Now, here's the thing: we're a real sports show today. We gotta stay on task.
Oh yeah.
We've got Kyle Bonagura, ESPN, 15 minutes, right? Is that right, Buckley?
That's correct. 3:30.
3:30. He wrote an article. He covers college football. He wrote an article on this whole Pac-12 thing. So we'll get into our questions about that at 3:30. Dan Lanning, Oregon football coach, at 4, and Brett McMurphy from Action Network at 5:15.
Action packed.
Are you kidding?
Packed.
What is
Look
happening?
At Buckley over there getting stuff done.
True story.
Yeah, on occasion I do something over here.
Yeah,
On occasion.
on occasion.
Now you've set the bar awful high, Buckley.
Why don't you take
Well,
tomorrow
everybody
off?
pop the brakes.
All right, we'll be right back with the poll question and talk about the Pac-6 on the Fan. to have you along. Coming up in 10 minutes, ESPN's Kyle Bonagura will join us. We'll get all the deets about the Pac-12 adding 4 Mountain West schools today. They have added Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, and San Diego State.
Yeah, and don't try to tell someone that's the Mountain West, because then Beaver and Coug fan get very, very angry about that. It's the best of the Mountain West. Get it right.
So those 4 get added to Oregon State and Washington State. And Scott Barnes said today they want to try to maybe get to 9.
Yeah.
Because that would allow them to have an 8-game conference schedule. Everybody plays everybody.
Yep.
And you have 4 non-cons.
Yep.
And, so we'll see what they do next. But that leads us to our poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday it was, should Oregon and Oregon State continue to play the Civil War rivalry game? 82% said, of course they should.
There you go.
So we're coming around on that.
I like it.
That was more 50-50 earlier in the year when people were all butthurt and stuff still. 82% said, but of course, Oregon State should not, 9%. And then 4% said Oregon should not, and then 5% said neither should.
Yeah. Well, it was a big chunk of money. I mean, some people are asking, why only those 4? Well, it's pretty expensive. It's like $110, $111 million to go get those. Again, maybe you want to see how this plays out, but they're really outside of Cal and Stanford. There's really no other schools that are big fish. And I don't even know if Cal and Stanford are big fish, and I don't think they would ever come back to this from an academic standpoint. But outside of that, there's really no one else. I mean, you're talking about the either the rest of the Mountain West, like a UNLV. You're talking about Tulane. If you wanted to go down, I guess you could throw out like a North Dakota State, Memphis.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Teams like that.
How'd you get that? How'd you get to there?
What do you
mean? Well, we were just talking about yesterday's poll question.
Oh, I just was talking about the Pac-12 in general, the expansion of the Pac-12.
Yeah, I missed something. Okay, so here's today's poll question. Where should the Pac-12 turn next? North Texas and UTSA.
Yeah, well, this is where I was going with that. Is like this poll
question. You already saw the question.
Yes,
that's what it was. Okay, so I hadn't teed that up yet. I was confused. I'm like, wait a minute.
Sorry, I think I jumped the gun.
You sure did, fella. You're excited. You're an excited sports guy.
I saw the poll, man.
Big boy.
He's firing away.
You see the poll, and you're like, oh, let's.
So Texas, Texas schools. I think there's a lot of value in going into Texas. And then another one is Memphis and Tulane.
Yeah,
they're from the AAC. Then you have UNLV Air Force. That's one answer. They're, we all know they're Mountain West.
Mm-hmm.
And then North Dakota State, Wyoming is the last one. Just because, I kind of needed to complete the poll. I didn't want to put Cal and Stanford on there because, 1, they'll win, and 2, it doesn't sound like they're going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, they got the grant of rights from the ACC. So, I mean, I guess in theory, if the ACC absolutely crumbled and it was a free-for-all, but Cal and Stanford, I think, is the definite. It's what I was saying. It was the kind of a definition of a long shot. Cal and Stanford have been very dealing with, no offense to the Boise States of the world and the Fresno States, but from an academic standpoint, I don't think Cal and Stanford would come back. But in realignment, you never say never. And outside of that, you're just backfilling with the best of the other conferences. So, this clearly, when you kind of read through all what happened, the Big 12 thing never materialized. They flirted with the ACC, but it came down to crunch time here, and you made the best of a bad situation. But make no mistake about it, you're just a better version of the Mountain West. And I know the optimism is abound about a new TV deal, but remember the Mountain West TV deal is like $4 to $6 million, and that's for the Boise States of the world. Like some of the other ones, it's like $3 million. So when you look at some of the valuations on a new Pac-12, you're talking about like $8 to $12 million. And I think that's being pretty generous if you get to 12, split the difference and say like 10. So it's better than just the Mountain West, but in no way does this put you back on a real meaningful platform, other that in 2 years, when you get to 8+ teams, you will have a chance to be a group of 5 and a chance to get an automatic berth to the college football playoff for being the highest ranked champion from the group of 5. So
I think they're going to call it the group of 6.
Group of 6, yeah. So that's.
And that's good.
That's
good. That's a path. You have a pathway.
You have a pathway.
So okay.
Look, this is not a great day, and I think some people were last night. We're all excited that the Pac-12's back. Oh boy, I think that's a really, really strong, optimistic way of viewing this.
I mean, it's not going to die.
No, it's.
I think is what they're saying. And
I'm very confident.
Yeah,
but it's
Pac-12 After Dark remains.
But it's interesting in that
which is exciting.
When this first came up, and this I just asked. I wasn't trolling anyone. I literally asked the question today, and I got so many responses, and I was just interested to see what fans thought. I put it out on Twitter. I said, when this first came to the idea of a Mountain West merger, I mean, it was 100% Cougar Beaver fan. I want nothing to do with that. Like, that's a death sentence. But essentially, you just merged with the Mountain West Light.
Yeah, I don't think Beav and Coug fan feels that great today.
And yet there is a lot of optimism from a lot of them.
Oh, good.
And that's why I was a little surprised. But to me, it really, when I looked at the responses, because last night I thought it was a very, very positive reaction. Like, yeah, we're back, Pac-12. It's not going anywhere. And then I think as the reality of it set in, it was like, And so I think fan bases are a little split, but again, at least you have a path forward. There is some optimism about what the future may hold. I mean, I think the pie in the sky one is the ACC crumbles and some sort of ACC, Pac-12 merger, which again, I think that's a little foolish, but again, in realignment, never say never. This is the best of a worst case situation, because if the Big 12 or the ACC, if they thought there was any sort of realistic shot at that, they don't do this. And also remember, too, that the exit fees that they had to pay from their war chest, because they do have money, $111 million at the Pac-12 it sounds like they're going to foot most of that bill to get these Mountain West teams over, and a poaching fee from the Mountain West, because they put that in there with the scheduling agreement. If you waited another year, that number actually doubled. It went up to, so this was kind of like with 2 years notice, I think whatever it was, 18 million per school. With a 1 year notice, it's like 36 million per school. So you kind of reached this weird deadline when you couldn't work something out and you didn't feel good about the long-term prospects of the Big 12 or the ACC. That's why I think you're seeing the people saying that this came together very quickly, where it was like, hey, we got to make a decision here. And certainly there's no anything close to any sort of guarantee or even good feeling about what the Power 5 may have to offer, or the Power 4. And so you made the best of this, and you kind of see where this goes from here.
All right, vote and vote hard. Where should the Pac-12 turn next? We'll ask that question to ESPN's Kyle Bonagura, who joins us next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter. All right, Oregon coach Dan Lanning coming up at 4. Right now, let's bring in Kyle Bonagura, ESPN, because if you're just joining us, the Pac-2, Oregon State, Washington State have added 4 schools today. San Diego State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Boise State. Here's Kyle. Hey, why was this the best move for the Pac-2 at this point, Kyle?
Yeah, so I think it was a process in determining like what the options were, right? And so I think the process was actually pretty straightforward. It's one, can you get a slot in the Big 12 first? That it became pretty clear that wasn't going to be possible, and maybe you wait around for ACC implosion, and maybe that leads to something down the line that would require a lot of patience and no guarantees, right? And so moving beyond that, there's only so many options, right? The Mountain West obviously made a lot of sense just to be affiliated in some way. But I think, ultimately the chance to rebuild the Pac-12, keep the branding, keep the infrastructure of Pac-12 Enterprises, the kind of the shell of the Pac-12 network to do game production on your own as a way to market the conference to streaming platforms was there's real value there. And then by moving over some top brands from the Mountain West, you create a conference that's stronger than if you were just to kind of, okay, we're just going to go join the Mountain West and be, and just add to the 12 teams that they already had. So you're not going to get weighed down by the teams at the bottom of the Mountain West like you would have been if you just had joined that conference. And so once they made the determination that all the cost of doing this, the exit fees, it's $18 million per school, and the poaching penalty that they'll have to pay the Mountain West, which was drawn up in the scheduling agreement that they came to for this year. It's a lot of money. It's over $100 million just to get to 6. But look, you have to assume that they studied it and had conversations with media partners and trying to figure out what the value would be, and ultimately decided that long term that type of investment was going to be worth it.
So you bought the Mountain West, you just added leather seats and like a sunroof, basically. I mean,
it's more like it feels like I've been telling everyone this. It feels like promotion relegation in soccer, right? It's you're the bottom tier at a top tier conference, and now you're the top tier at a rung down the ladder, and then you're going to get rid of the bottom of that rung, and luckily you don't have to add anyone to that from the bottom to backfill. But yeah, it's better than if they would have joined the Mountain West. It's not as good as if they would have joined the Big 12, and just in terms of media value. But I actually think lifestyle and cultural fit and access to the college football playoff is a big part of this. For fans, for me, this is a better experience actually for Oregon State and Washington State than if they had joined the Big 12, because then you're kind of where you were before, right? You're not at the top in terms of resources and ability to consistently compete every year. You're certainly going to have the years where you're competing for conference titles, but it's not going to be the regular expectation. In this version of the Pac-12, Oregon State and Washington State can genuinely expect to compete for conference titles every year, which sounds really good, right? If you're a fan of either school, you have a chance to go from rooting for a football team that is, has the whole range of possibilities from bad to mediocre to good. Now, every year you kind of go in, at least with the starting the fall with the expectation to watch a good team.
This is Kyle Bonagura of ESPN. So it sounded like Scott Barnes said today they want to get to 9 so they can play an 8-game conference schedule, 4 non-con games. The Mountain West currently gets $6 million a year in their media deal. What do you think if they get to 9, depending on who those other schools are, what do you think they could command for a media deal in this new Pac-12?
Yeah, so I've heard a lot of numbers floated around, and I guess the disclaimer here is that we'll see. But Jeremiah Dickey, the AD at Boise State, I talked with him earlier today. I mentioned 10 is does 10 feel like the right starting point from what you've heard? And he said, yeah, maybe 10, 11, 12, 13, somewhere in that range, right? Depending on who they get, right? If you get Memphis and Tulane, you have a couple of other big media markets, maybe that's more beneficial than adding Utah State or Air Force or something, right? So I think there'll be some wiggle room at the back end based on who else joins the conference. But yeah, I think it'll be roughly double of what the Mountain West distributes now is I think a fair expectation where things will start. And then, beyond that, it really is a wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know if people fully appreciate how little money there is in the group of 5. Like the Mountain West pays out $4 million for the lower schools, and then Boise, because of and like some incentive bonuses, they make like 5 or 6. So it is shocking when you hear the numbers between the haves and the have-nots.
Oh, absolutely. It's just a different tier of football. And it's one of the reasons I've been an advocate for a long time of like having a separate playoff for the group of 5 level teams. Like you have FCS playoffs, you have Division II playoffs, you have Division III playoffs. Now you have a 12-team playoff for FBS, but still like 130 teams where like the caliber of athletic department in however you want to measure it is so different from the top to bottom. It feels like there's a real like there should be like another tier in between, and there is like in terminology, group of 5, power 4 now, I guess. But yeah, I think they're operating on completely different planes. I think at least now with 12, you have playoff access, and at least you can kind of hope to get a bid to the playoff. I still think it's like unreasonable for those level schools to like want to be like the champion at the end of the college football season, like if we're being real, right? So it just feels weird. Any like competitive structure where like at the start of the year like your odds of being the champion at the end are like not really like realistic is, for me, has always felt like a weird competitive structure.
Yeah, it's weird because when we talk to fans, like even though they know that, it's hard for them to go from, I don't think it's hard for the Boise States of the world, but I think it's hard for Washington State fan and Oregon State fan to accept that reality. I think that's, and maybe it's something you get used to, but I'm with you. I think the idea of being Boise State isn't that bad. I just think that's a hard bridge for some of those fans to cross, at least from what we hear.
No, that's right. And I mean, I went to Washington State, right? So like the just like the identity in Pullman, it's very similar in Corvallis. I visited Corvallis a few weeks ago. Look, it's over 100 years where these small college towns have this connection to this major college athletic conference, right? You have these 2 outliers, these college towns in a league of metropolitan universities, right? And so yeah, it's a pride thing to a certain degree that, hey, like we're a Pac-12 school, we're a Pac-10 school before that, right? Like we compete at the highest level of collegiate athletics, and that's a source of pride, and it's cool, and it's good. It's fun to be able to have those big games, especially when your team's good and you're feeling nationally relevant. You're putting your town on the map in a way that's like really unique and fun. Like that's going to be different in this league, right? But at the same time, I think, you're winning 8, 9, 10 games every year. You're not having the spells where you go a decade of being irrelevant. Like, I don't know that. Like, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to embrace it once it starts. Because like the alternative is just like you don't embrace it and you're not a fan anymore. And like, okay, you're going to give up your fandom of your school or the team you're a fan of for whatever reason, just because like you're no longer playing in the same league as USC. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like people are resilient enough to like understand that dynamics change, and it's still going to be a fun experience to go to Reser, go to Martin Stadium and watch these teams play.
So why did they add these 4 schools specifically? I mean, there's the other teams in the Mountain West, like UNLV looks more interesting, at least to me, than say Colorado State. So why these 4 specifically, and why not more Mountain West schools? Would they be leaving the door open then for maybe some ACC defections, or how how do they backfill?
Yeah, so I think the most surprising part of this for me is it was 4, not 5, and like I'm in agreement. Like I think UNLV has a lot to offer. They check all the boxes. It's a place people want to go visit, right? It's a great away game. They've got they play in the NFL stadium. They built a new football facility. Basketball's got real history there. So I think it's becoming more of a sports town as gambling has been legalized, right? So there's a lot like people are embracing that part of like fandom in sports. So yeah, like I was surprised by that, but I also would be surprised if it doesn't happen eventually. I still think you still got to get to 8, and like you said, 9 makes a lot of sense. And so UNLV is clearly the most desirable team, in the western part of the country to add. I mean, outside of Cal and Stanford, which that's a whole other story of them in the ACC, which is kind of a non-starter for now. So yeah, I think eventually UNLV makes its way across as well. I think one thing to keep an eye on, and maybe this is the strategy here, is that it's not a guarantee that they or any other Mountain West teams that come in would come in at the same share, right? Because like what happened today is the Mountain West, was kneecapped, right? Their long-term value is not the same as it was 2 days ago, and so their next media rights deal won't be as good, and so the discrepancy between what the Mountain West has been paying out now and what it will be in the future is not the same, right? We saw that how it worked in the Pac-12, or what it's going to be in the Pac-12, right? Is a big hit, and so now the Pac-12 has some negotiating leverage with adding a school like UNLV, and maybe they decide, look, like we'd love to have you, UNLV in, and you'll be happy to come over for 60% or whatever the number might be, some sort of percentage of the full share, because I think they want to, like, that's just operating from a position of strength, and that's just how college sports works. And I think they'll have to see like what other interests they get from schools in the ACC or elsewhere, or kind of get a sense of what the appetite's going to be for other schools to hop in.
That makes total sense that you can play some hardball. And I would also assume that, because every conference has to do this, you have to be careful. The more you split the pie, the more money you have to bring in. And let's be honest, this isn't going to be a huge financial windfall with a TV deal. So I'm guessing that this is a pretty thin margin that they're operating with, negotiating a TV deal and adding more schools where you have to slice the pie.
No, absolutely. And see, I mean, this is a whole new world, right? I think that the addition of streamers changes the game as well, right? Like it's a very unique spot, one, to regrow a conference like this. With football, we've seen it, with like schools like or conferences like the WAC and some other places, but like in this climate, we haven't seen it done before. So I think it's going to be a pretty instructive process about like how these schools are valued by these companies.
Interesting times. Hey, Kyle, thanks for the time today. We appreciate it, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys.
Kyle Bonagura, he is a staff writer at ESPN.
Go Cougs, right?
Yeah, a Coug. Yeah. You freaking Coug. He's pretty optimistic with it.
Yeah.
By the way, for those wondering about Cal and Stanford, we'll get more into that with Brett McMurphy, who's going to join us at 5:15. But it doesn't sound like Cal and Stanford are an option right now.
Yeah.
But I do think it's interesting that, because no one really can predict what's going to happen with the ACC, but once the ACC crumbles, which many think it might.
Sure.
But we just don't know when that. Like the Pac-12 couldn't sit and wait for that.
No. Does that open up the?
Does that then open up the backfill to the?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about Cal and Stanford. I would imagine Cal and Stanford would want to get back out west.
Because remember, like this all depends on if the ACC were to lose their grant of rights. Because
exactly,
and for anyone asking about, like someone brought up like Utah, no one's coming back from there. The Big 12 is already $30+ million, and with more money coming in, you're looking at your TV deal probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million. No one's coming back. So that's.
Well, Cal and Stanford could
possible
if the ACC crumbles and they have nowhere else to go.
Yes,
and they they get back out west. They're way out east now. That is of all of the conference realignment crap that's happened. Yeah. Cal and Stanford being in the ACC is one that I still can't wrap my head around.
But this idea of any of the Arizona schools or Utah or certainly stop.
I don't even know why that was brought up.
Yeah, don't.
So we'll get more into this with Brett McMurphy, 5:15. Dan Lanning pregame show next on The Fan.
A rough week for young Q.
All right, Dan Lanning, Oregon coach, coming up in moments for his weekly hit each Thursday. Brought to you by. Got it here somewhere.
Searching.
Unitas Community Credit Union.
Oh, we're united, baby.
Unitas. But yeah, Oregon State, Washington State, heading over to grab Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State.
Yeah, I was wondering about why only 4-2, and my first thought was the cost. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's $18 million per school, but then I'm like, God, if you wait another year, it's $36 million. But Kyle brought up a really, really good point there of, outside of when USC and UCLA left, they got full shares. But even Oregon and Washington, they are not. They are getting pittance shares from the Big Ten. Cal and Stanford do not get a full share. I think they're only getting like 30% share right now of the ACC, and they're not going to get a full share until the next media right deal. Same thing as Oregon and UW. So this happens quite a bit. And when you look at the Mountain West TV deal that for the lower tier schools pays out $3 or $4 million, and realistically the new Pac-12, let's say it's 10 million. I think that's a more realistic number than anything in the teens. But let's say it's at 10 million. Why wouldn't you go to UNLV and say, hey, because the new Mountain West TV deal, by the way, that's going to be like $1.5 million to $2 million a year, if that. I mean, that thing, the Mountain West today got kneecapped. I mean, they absolutely got destroyed. And I guess you feel bad for them, except, you can't because the Pac-12 has been screwed over so many different times. You go to the UNLVs of the world, maybe New Mexico, Air Force, whoever you want to get, and say, hey, you can have half of 10 million or you can take a full share of 1.5 and come be in the power conference and we're going to give you a half share. And that keeps costs down because, again, the more you add teams and you have to slice the pie, then you have to go to the TV partner, and the TV partner has to be willing to pay out 10 million per school. And I'm not certain if whoever signs that deal is paying out 10 million bucks for New Mexico or Memphis or Tulane or whoever.
What is the ultimate? Well, I guess they have 3 spots left. If they want to get to 9, what is the ultimate final 3 to you?
If you could get them,
I mean, realistically,
I think UNLV makes the most sense. Even though UNLV, it's funny, like they're 2-0. UNLV has historically one of the worst college football programs in the country.
Yeah. But they're in Vegas.
And
a lot of upside there.
And they've got some dough. So I would say that that one makes some sense.
Air Force?
I think New Mexico is one that I would go and get.
Why?
Well, again, New Mexico has a much better program than UNLV. They have a good basketball. Again, it's in Albuquerque at least. New Mexico seems to make some sense. If you're not just saying out west, then I think Tulane would probably be where I would go. If I could grab Tulane and then maybe Texas San Antonio, which seems to be on the come up. Some combination of that, I think, is kind of where I think the best if you could get it.
All right, coming up next, Oregon coach Dan Lanning previews Oregon State. We'll be right back on The Fan.
Fan.
All right, welcome back. Saturday, 12:30 kickoff between Oregon and Oregon State. This is definitely odd for us.
The Civil War in September.
It's different for us here as our weekly visit with Oregon coach Dan Lanning, brought to you by Unitas Community Credit Union. Like a coach's playbook, Unitas has a winning strategy for your finances. Unitas. Coach, definitely weird for us. How different is a rivalry game in September for you guys?
Yeah, I don't know if you get enough time to let it really sink in. I mean, it's certainly different, but the same note, it's just the next game too. So rivalry a little bit earlier is exciting for our guys, but doesn't change a ton. Just not eating turkey today, right? I guess that's the difference.
Oh yeah,
you could. I mean, I suppose you could have turkey, right?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Make it feel like more like the real thing.
It's a good thought. Maybe you should.
Does the move to the Big Ten in this game in September, does it hurt the rivalry from your perspective?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about that sort of stuff. Rivalry's alive in my mind.
Okay. Well, you played a ranked Oregon State team in each of the last 2 seasons. Now they've got a new coach. It's a different look. What do they look like on film this year as opposed to the last 2 years?
Well, I think they still look like a team that has an identity. I think that's something I always think about when I think of Oregon State is, the job that they do of putting themselves in a position to win games by, not being the flavor of the week team, right? They clearly figure out their strengths and they do a good job leaning into it. And it seems like Coach Bray's done a great job with that again this year.
I mean, obviously they want to run the ball, but I mean, is you guys do too? Is that just no matter where you're at, unless you're running some sort of air raid, isn't kind of football boiled down to run the ball, stop the run for most teams?
Maybe most. I think that's the coach's job at each place is figuring out, hey, what are your strengths and how can you lean into them? What gives you the best chance to win football games? And I certainly think that there's a formula. If you can run the ball effectively, that's going to give you a better chance to win games.
So I know, and in the second half there, you guys got it going a little bit. Take out the sack yards. The run game actually put up good numbers. How close are you guys to getting the run game where you want it on that consistent basis?
Well, I guess we'll find out Saturday, right? Like you have to go do it on game day. So, I think the biggest thing is we've shot ourselves in the foot, a couple times when we've had successful plays going and they get called back because of a penalty here or miscommunication here. So it's certainly something you have to be a successful team. And we'll see what it looks like on Saturday. Our guys have done a good job this week in practice. It's got to carry over to the games, though.
You guys had a couple really big shots against Boise State. A lot of times when you run the ball, you can get that safety down in the box. You get some one-on-ones. Is that kind of what happened with some of those big shots? Or was that just, opportunity and your guys making plays?
Probably a combination of a little bit of both, try to make sure a team can't make you play, left-handed. But when you see opportunities to take advantage of shots, you got to go take advantage of them. I thought our guys did a good job of that. And, one of those was a great kill and call by, Coach Stein, where he caught him into pressure and was able to get an advantageous look out there on the perimeter. And, Dylan making a great throw, Trayshawn executing. So a lot of things falling in sync, but it's probably a combination of both things.
Well, you weren't joking about Ashton Genty. My goodness. That guy
is pretty good.
He's incredible.
Try to tell you, man.
You did. Wow. I'm stunned that he plays at Boise State. Like I was reading a little bit about him, not to bog this down, but did you try to get him out of there? Did you recruit him at all?
No, I mean, he was there before before I ever got here at Oregon. But he is a talented player for sure, and I think anybody who's watched him play can see that.
Well, how does Oregon State's run game compare to Boise's? I know obviously they don't have Ashton Genty, but are there similarities there? Is it a completely different style that you're going to have to try to tackle this weekend?
No, there's some similarities. They're both teams use 12 personnel, which is going to give you longer 3 and 4-man services. They both like the duo play and stretch play. So there's some similarities, and they have 2 really good, capable backs as well.
Yeah, and on the downside of things, I don't think anyone will kick the ball to you guys for the rest of the year. So kudos on the 2 special teams play, but if I'm playing you guys, I'm sorry, that ball is going six yards out of bounds every single time.
Well, if that's the case, that's an advantage in itself too, right? It's going to give you better field position if teams are kicking away from you. So, hopefully get an opportunity to make another positive play on special teams. But if you don't, that means that they're probably giving you an opportunity to have better field position.
Now, can we talk about the real key to the game? Can we talk about your closing speed? Because I mean, how are the hammies feeling? Coach, you were trucking there.
Yeah, I feel good. I luckily I don't have to play any snaps for the Ducks. I'm not fast enough to do that, but every once in a while it feels good to go open it up and see if you can still run a little bit.
That's scary though, because there's no stretching or anything. Are you like? I mean, you go from 0 to 100 there. Like that's one of those you got to be careful as you get older, Coach. You pop a hammy on national TV. You're not living that one down.
You ever see a cheetah stretch? Right?
Wow.
You got to stretch. I'm good.
That's right. He gets out and run. It's like being sick. It's a choice, right? Pulling a hamstring's a choice.
Right.
Amen. You're speaking my language.
This is Dan Lanning here from Oregon. Ducks, Beavers on the Fan Saturday. Power rank the level of annoying for a head coach. A dumb turnover, a poorly timed penalty, or dropping the ball before the goal line.
Ooh, gosh. Yeah, all bad. All very bad things. And none of them are good things. But turnovers and losing the ball before it gets to the end zone are obviously huge.
Did the kid who picked up the ball, I got to know this, did he do that because it was just sitting there, or did he know? Was that coached?
Well, we show at every fall camp. We show, and more than that, we show that example, and obviously that's a situation I never would have guessed would have happened with our team, because it is something we spent time on, but it happened, and I think it's just a great example of getting caught up in the moment. No, that's certainly not his character. Probably one of the last guys on our team I'd ever pick for that situation to show up, but it's something we can grow and learn from. And Jay Lamar was obviously watching and paying attention while we went over that and film and picked the ball up. So big time move by him.
Well, help us understand. What did Noah say? What is the anatomy of a guy who does that? Is he just so excited that he drops it? Like what happens? No,
really here's the reality is you're so hyped up and excited that you feel like you've already crossed the end zone, right? It's certainly not an intentional, I'm dropping the ball the minute I walk in. He, in his mind, he's running as fast as he can, and he feels like he's already 3 yards, 4 yards into the end zone. But good learning moment, for him, and certainly one that we have to coach better.
How tired of you are answering questions about the offensive line at this point in the year? Is that something that we could do without for the rest of the season?
Well, it means we're doing something right if you're not asking it, right? But when we perform the way that we need to perform, then you guys will stop asking the questions. So that's on me to get it to where you stop asking about them, right?
No, that's true.
That's part of the job. You guys get to ask questions about things that you think you see or don't see, but we get the opportunity to stop those questions from happening by the way we perform. So once we've earned that, then you guys will probably stop asking about it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of armchair offensive line coaches out there now.
Oh yeah,
we hear from
oh man, yeah.
We shield them from you, but man, they're out there. Is Matthew Bedford ready to go at least?
I think it'll be a game time decision for Matt. He's been able to practice for some this week, do some things out there on the field. We'll have to evaluate what he looks like, when we get out there.
Okay. So last one on that, but it sounds like we'll continue to see a rotation here for a little bit till a group kind of solidifies itself, correct?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
Tune in on Saturday.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah.
Tune in on Saturday.
There, yeah, absolutely. Watch the game.
Last question I had for you about Oregon State was what are they running out at quarterback? Scout what they're doing under center.
Yeah, McCoy's really talented player. He's a guy that we actually got to watch a good amount. He was at Idaho last year, so that being our first team, we got to watch a lot of his film. Last year he's a guy that can extend plays, can run, good decision maker. Protects the ball, but is definitely dangerous with the ball in his hands, and has proven to be a good quarterback for them this year.
Talking about your quarterback, it's funny because it's like armchair quarterbacks. People love to criticize your guys' offense. He's completing 84% of his passes. He's got like 177 quarterback rating. The numbers are damn near.
That's not bad, right?
Yeah, right. It's weird in that, like, when you look at kind of the results versus the stats, where can his game go? Where can this get better? Because from just a raw numbers standpoint, it doesn't look like there's a lot of room to get better.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I know Dylan knows, hey, here's the things that I can improve and get better. I think when we're operating within the system, he's obviously making some great decisions. He's very accurate. He's done a good job of taking care of the ball. That being said, we did have a turnover last week. We've given up, more sacks than we have in the past, and I think those are things that you can, dial back and say, okay, how can I be better at my position? And I promise you, those are things that he's doing. So continue to make great decisions, protect the ball, and let's make sure we don't go down with it in the backfield, and we'll put ourselves in great situations.
Can we play the new fun game of what you're doing right now? Because I hear a sound that sounds like a Nerf gun or something. Like, where are you and what are you doing?
I literally just walked in the house, and I'm kind of sitting here in the back room waiting to get off the phone with you guys, and I hope that doesn't stop.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I don't mind talking to y'all, but yeah, I just got home and ready to go see the family, so I'm kind of just hitting the ground here.
You're in family mode.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize I was being a distraction. I was hoping you didn't hear it. So that's my bad.
But we were just hoping like one of the kids was shooting you with it. I think it'd be fantastic if one of your kids was trying to cap you with a Nerf gun when you walked in the door.
But what is that sound?
Titan is about to go to football practice here in a second, so I'm just kind of killing time. But yeah, I'm sitting here in a chair and I'm kind of banging a golf club on the ground.
The golf club. Okay.
But I'm not hitting it.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll let you go. You're.
That's on me though. I apologize. I didn't realize it was making a loud noise there.
No. I just was racking my brain about what the heck that was.
That's the sad part about us, coaches. Other people ask you about the O-line. We're fascinated just on your 40 time and what you're doing
in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
literally just walked to the door. Thursday is kind of like coach's heaven, right? Like it's you get done a little bit earlier in the day. We're a morning practice team, so this is my chance to make some recruiting phone calls on this day, and then I get to go watch Titan practice here in a second, which I'm pretty excited to go do.
Good. All right. Well, enjoy that, and good luck on Saturday. Thank you.
Appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
All right. Bye. Unitas Community Credit Union, like a coach's playbook, Unitas has a winning strategy for your finances. Unitas.
I love it. You ever see a cheetah stretch? No, you just go.
That's a great line.
That is a great line.
Because maybe they do stretch though. Is the thing.
I think they just run. I
mean, my dog stretches.
Yeah.
Well, like down dog.
Yeah, they have to do like a good morning sort of thing.
Yeah.
I would be terrified standing if at any given point I'm just standing there, and you said sprint as hard as you can. Like, I'm terrified of what might happen.
Yeah, no, it's like baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna pull a hammy.
Exactly. And I work out every day, and I feel like I'm in good shape. But you know what I never do? I don't sprint. If I'm sprinting, I'm being chased by something, and I think about that sometimes. Whenever you see a big play like that, you see the coach running down the sideline. I am shocked that we've never seen someone full on just sniped. I mean, and let me just, if that ever happened, it would be the single greatest moment in college football history.
It would be pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. It would be funny.
Someone running down the sideline, bam!
Do Duck fans, one last, well, I guess we can come back here. We've got the Dan Lanning postgame show next.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
Hell yeah. Great Dan Lanning drop. If you're a Duck fan, because that was as...
Look, he's not thrilled with the first 2 weeks.
That is as...
Tight?
What?
Tight? Was that kind of tight?
What is the word for that? He was not into it today.
No, he's just
and
short.
Maybe it's that he was at home. I usually think that he's in his office, but he was home. He was kind of checked out of football, maybe.
Waiting to,
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Like if you're a Duck fan sitting there going, he's in a bad mood. This is great. We're gonna win by 30. I don't know.
As if the coach being in a mood affects the way the teams are going to play.
Well, that's how fans think.
I just think how about this? I think it's been an intense week of practice.
Yeah, he was ready to shut her down, I think.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning. Good stuff. All right.
And yeah, someone bringing out the Joe Pa run. That is the greatest run in college football history, but that was not that wasn't a hamstring. That was the
Do you have the balls to ask Dan Lanning if he's ever had a moment like that in football?
Probably not this week. Let's wait like for a.
Well, you can't. You don't have any more access to him this week.
No. I'm saying like you got to wait for like a big win. You know,
You're saying you're picking your spots.
You got to pick your spots.
Bye week next week.
Yeah, maybe we'll see how the Civil War goes. And then maybe that. It's a bold question, Coach. You ever had bubble guts on the sidelines?
Yeah, when's the time you had to go number 2 so bad you had to do something about it?
I'm guessing he tells me that it's a choice. I'm guessing he says that diarrhea is a choice.
You just decide to put it off until you can get back to the locker room.
Getting sick's a choice. Pulling a hamstring's a choice. I'm guessing that.
Okay.
You ever see a cheetah have to stop in the middle of chasing a gazelle to take a moment? No, man. Adrenaline kicks in.
All right. The Dan Lanning postgame show next on The Fan.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
How's your t-shirt game set up for summer?
Check out The Fan.
He did drop a y'all, which is interesting. I have not heard him say that yet.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
Y'all.
Oh, yeah. We did get a y'all.
So he's going to his kids' football.
Mm-hmm.
Another thought. Do you chat him up? Let's say you've got a kid on that team.
Yeah.
You chatting him up? Is he sitting there?
Not about football.
Really?
No, I would never ask him about that. In any
Well, what would
shape
you
or
talk to
form.
him about?
God, anything.
Baseball?
Anything other than that.
The presidential debate?
I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like I can have a conversation with just about anyone, but like, I've had this a couple times. Like, Metallica is my favorite band in the world, and I've had the fortune to meet the members of that band a couple different times to a buddy of mine, and he gave me the one piece of advice: don't ask him about music. And I was like, it's a valid point. Like,
right?
You don't. I'm not gonna go up to James Hetfield and be like, hey, you talk about guitar riffs? No, like, and so I talked to him about football. He's a big Raiders guy. So I think if I was standing and I was just some dude, because here I would talk to him about our show, and oh man, it's nice to actually get to meet you face to face. If I was some dad and down there and Dan Lanning was on there, I'd either ask him about his kid or, just, I don't know, how do you like Eugene, or ask him something about music.
Which one's yours, Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, that one? Yeah, a little slow, huh?
Yeah, little
slow.
Yeah.
And what do you do if you're the coach? Lanning shows up.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, you're like, now do you like,
well,
you kind of crank it up, you peacock a little bit.
Does that cast a bit of a weird shadow? Look, there's two ways to handle that. I mean, my kids didn't play a lot of sports, but I was always very careful not to be sports dad. That was not.
Well, it's different. Well, I mean, I'm not saying sports dad. He may be sports dad. I don't know. But if you're the coach, Lanning.
But it's the same sort of thing. Like, if you were an ex-professional athlete, you got one of two guys that are showing up to practice. You either got a guy that was like me, that's like, dude, I'm stepping way back. I don't want to, like, I'm not coaching here. I'm just here observing. And then you got the other guy that's like, I should be running this thing. And I think we know people that are like that. I really do.
What if Lanning comes over and just rips your whistle off your neck and takes over? I
think you just let, what,
you
Coach,
just let it happen.
Just let it happen.
They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins.
All right. Well,
you gotta have some what do you say? Social awareness. You got some Larry David in you there. Just take a step back.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
I'm guessing that Dan Lanning does not make his presence known at football. He seems like the sort of type that wants to sit in the bleachers and watch his kid.
Probably climbs to the top of the bleachers to make sure the other parents as a deterrent don't climb the 20 steps up there.
He's calling recruits, he said.
Yeah.
By the way, a quick follow-up on Ashton Genty.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, I'm fascinated by him because he was just so good.
Yep.
Well, is so good.
Yeah, he's not like he's bad now.
Yeah, now he sucks, but against Oregon he was great.
He was terrible.
He was the running back for Boise State. I was reading about him. I saw a feature on him. You know that he was doing football in Italy? Did you know this?
I did not. I thought he was a Florida kid.
Well, he was. Well, actually, he's Texas.
Oh. Why did I think he was a Florida kid?
I have no idea. He was in Italy, and he showed up at a high school in Texas, and he's one of those kids where, like, they didn't really know he was coming. Nobody knew much about him. And he just comes out and tries out for the football team, and they're like, yeah,
you should do this.
Yeah, I think we're going to be pretty good this year. And so that was in Texas. I'm not sure where. And then,
he's from Jacksonville. I guess that's where he was born.
But he was over in Italy. I don't know why. Maybe his old man was over there.
I mean, he's been
military or something.
He's been good from the get-go. His freshman year, he averaged 5 yards a carry, 7 touchdowns, 800 yards. Last year, 1,300 yards, 6 yards a carry, 14. I'm just amazed that no one was able to pry him out.
So he was in high school in Texas, and he did not get a lot of offers at all.
Yeah.
Like, nobody saw that guy coming, and I don't know if that's because...
Dude, it happens all the time in Texas that if you don't play at a big marquee program, if you're not the biggest guy in the world, I remember LaMichael James said that. I think LaMichael James' best offer he said was outside of Oregon was like TCU. I think when you're in those big states and there's that many different teams and leagues, I think sometimes in those big states you can kind of fall through the cracks.
You need a couple things to happen too, because so much of the recruiting happens before the year where you really like break out. A lot of guys, if you're behind a great player, you're not going to get the run as a junior that you need. to get the attention. So like Marcus Mariota was the same case. He had a senior ahead of him. He only had 1 year to really show what he had, and it was kind of late in the recruiting cycle. So,
but it is crazy. So his senior year, he ran for 1,800 yards and 41 touchdowns.
41 touchdowns.
But and I remember, I think it was with the Rogers brothers. They had a connection to Oregon State, and what happens is Damian Martinez was this way too. It's like if you get on a kid early and you're a late bloomer, sometimes that kid feels indebted to you.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, man, this is the guy that was riding with me from the beginning. And obviously Genty's a different guy. I'm sure Boise State takes whatever NIL they have and they pay that guy.
Well, wait, hold on. This is what I'm getting to. Yeah. So this is what happened with him. So by the way, he went to Frisco, or went to a high school in Frisco, which is a big, that's outside of Dallas. Mm-hmm. And that is a big high school football area. So I don't know why he was overlooked. Nobody really offered him. He went to Boise State, and then, as you said, he was really good there. And a bunch of teams kept, in this article, they were saying that the coaches went to him and said, look, or no, he went to the coaches and said, I am being bombarded by other coaches trying to get me out of here. And they said, well, what do you want to do? And he said, I want to leave my legacy here. You guys wanted me. I'm into legacy. I'm staying. And I guess the community or somebody out there gave him $300,000 and a car, and I think there was something else.
And it was enough, huh?
And well, yeah, but he didn't even. This was after he said he was staying. Huh. They just said, "Dude, we love you so much. Thank you for staying. Here, have this." So I don't.
He's maybe a different cat.
He just said, "I thank you for having me here, and I want to stay here because you were the ones that gave me a shot, and nobody else would, and now they all want me, so screw them."
Well, I always said this. It would have been different for me because I didn't necessarily love BYU, but I always thought it would be hard because I tried to leave at the beginning of my time at BYU because we weren't a great fit. But by the time I got to be a junior and I was an all-conference player, it would have been really hard for me to leave my junior or senior year because at that point, those guys were my guys. And, I'd built a little life and knew the area and the campus. And even though me and that school never really were great fits for one another, you kind of build a life there. And I will never understand the guy that spends 3 or 4 years at a place and then for 1 year just is like, screw it. But again, I think it's a different time. Guys transfer high schools all the time.
Well, and money now.
Yeah, and money. But I just think that there are some kids that are wired that way that are just, you know what? I'm happy and comfortable here.
That was really weird with like the Travis Dye thing. He was like an all-time Oregon leading rusher, and he went to USC for 1 year. Everyone was like, "Wow!" It just couldn't. Hard to wrap your head around sometimes.
Well, and it's one thing. Like if I was at BYU and someone said, "Hey, here's $500,000," and BYU was like, "We're giving you 6 cents and a chicken sandwich," then sure. But if the money was most of the time, for some of the money's not that much.
You're going
different.
Chicken sandwich, right?
Well, clearly I'm taking the we talking
chicky parm.
Yeah, chicky parm parm. Like it's one thing if the money is astronomical, but sometimes I don't even necessarily think it's about all the money. Like I get who's a Jordan Addison from Pitt to USC. I get that, but the Dye thing, yeah, it's weird. I looked it up, by the way. He was a 3-star recruit. He had a 74.
This is Genty.
This is Genty coming out of high school.
Okay.
He was the 200th best in the state of Texas, 91 in the country for his position. So 3-star kid, 74. His other offers that he had, you're kicking yourself. You know what the top offer besides Boise State was?
My Jayhawks.
Rock Chalk.
Damn it.
So his offers were Boise State, Kansas, New Mexico, North Texas, Texas State, Tulane, and Tulsa. So dare I say, the Boise State one was his, I don't know, Kansas and Boise State. Those were by far his 2 best offers.
Well,
I think it's awesome that
he's amazing
that he stayed at Boise State.
And watching him play, dude, he is Heisman level good.
Yeah.
And I really kind of don't know why he's still playing. Yeah. He should shut it down. He's going to be a first-round pick.
Yes, by everyone that I've seen, because I still look at the NFL draft boards quite a bit, he and Ollie Gordon, depending on who you look at, he's kid out of Oklahoma State, it's 1 to 2. Yeah, he's not the biggest. He's like 5'9", but he's like 215, and the dude just runs with an anger and an attitude. And he's got wheels, man. I mean, you saw that when he took that, was it 60, 70 yards against Oregon? Dude, there's some fast guys on the Oregon Ducks secondary squad.
And he was running away from him.
He ran away from him with a ball in his hands.
They did a good job on him, and he ran for 190 yards.
Yeah, someone pointed out he had 25 carries, and on 10 of those, they bottled him up for 3 or less. But, he pops these big ones, though.
Didn't he have like 6 tutties the week before?
Yeah.
6. Yeah, he went nuts against Georgia State.
He has 9 touchdowns already.
He needed every one of those touchdowns because they were in a dogfight. Those weren't Jaden Daniels touchdowns. They needed every one of those.
But no chance at Heisman, right?
No, 0.
I mean, he ain't. Nope. I mean, he's so good, but it's just not.
No.
He might get into the finalists group.
He might,
if
but
he stays healthy.
Modern day, you haven't seen that. I mean, back in the day, you saw like Ty Detmer, Andre Ware, but that's not even happening anymore. Look, you ain't winning a Heisman unless he scores 70 touchdowns at Boise State. That guy's not winning. But hopefully he gets an invite, and he can win the Doak Walker and all that.
All right. Well, thanks to Dan Lanning. We will have Brett McMurphy of Action Network on at 5:15. We will talk about the 4 new additions to the Pac-12. But up next, it's time for In the News. Is Washougal anti-fun?
Ooh, the Shug.
Here's Buckley.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on
All right, busy show. We've had Kyle Bonagura on from ESPN talking about the Beavs and Cougs adding San Diego State, Colorado State, Fresno State. Who am I missing? Boise State?
Boise State would be the 4, and that gets them to 6. They need to get to at least 8 in 2 years, and sounds like they're going to try to at least get to 9.
We'll have more on that with Brett McMurphy coming up at 5:15. He's with Action Network. Right now it is September 12th. Oh, we had Dan Lanning on too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
September 12th, 2024. It's time for In the News.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
I'm your noted newsman. Hello. This, as always, brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Video Games Day. Did you guys get your video games in today?
I did play. I played this morning for like 25 minutes. I was playing Black Myth Wukong. It's fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah.
It is also National Chocolate Milkshake Day.
Oh,
Do you like a good milkshake?
I'd rather play Wukong than a chocolate milkshake. I give the chocolate milkshake, meh.
Is Washougal anti-fun? That was my tease.
What's the Shug up to now? I don't make it up to the Shug very often.
Wait a minute. That's the wrong link.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, what's
Oh,
happening?
no.
Oh, hell.
Oh, boy. Damn it.
Now we don't know if they're up to fun or anti-fun. We don't know anything.
Hold on.
I'm watching this vicious cockfight right here. Texas State versus whoever the hell this is.
Well, this has been going on for quite some time, but apparently Washougal shot down in the idea of an adventure park.
Defined adventure park. Is this like the one in Wilsonville, like with like bumper boats and all
Well,
that?
yeah. I mean, I don't know. You know what an adventure park is, right? Like zip lines.
Well, see, there's two types of adventure parks. Like where like an outdoor adventure park, or like with like water slides and zip lines, and then other ones have like bumper cars and arcades. And
This says proposed to be constructed on a 150-acre plot of land on Canyon Creek Road. It would feature a mountain coaster, zipline course, net park, and event venue. It would present the area with a litany of problems, say the neighbors, in the categories of traffic, quality of life, quality of life, environment, wildlife, economics, and emergency services. So they shot it down. They are anti-fun.
Oh boy.
In the Shug.
The Shug doesn't want it. There's always a neighbor that's unhappy.
The community is very, very concerned about what this will be like.
I would very much want I would think that an adventure park coming in would be fantastic. Like,
yeah, they don't like it.
No?
And it doesn't sound like it's one or two neighbors. It's like it's all of them.
Yeah, because I'm looking here. There's an adventure park in Salem, and it's just mini golf and a play structure. That's not very adventurous. But this one sounds like you said there's an event space. Like you have concerts there. I got zip lines. They have mountain coaster, like the one up at Mount Hood, the little sled. Like you ride the ski lift up, the Alpine slide. I'm sorry, that thing's fantastic. Is that the sort of adventure we're talking about?
Not in Washougal, it's not.
No, apparently they want nothing to do with adventures.
So they say no.
It's disappointing.
Beaverton police are warning us about fake fundraising accounts for the family of the deceased nurse, Melissa Jubane.
Oh,
yeah. They're saying, watch out. There is only one sanctioned GoFundMe tied to her family.
Yeah.
So
the sad part is
they've raised $86,000 so far.
Isn't that? I mean, you want to know the worst of human beings? That poor woman was murdered coming back from her honeymoon, basically, and there's someone out there that's trying to steal money with her name.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That is like the worst. I mean, that's demon list. Oh, and by the way, that whoever the hell was playing Texas State, that's Arizona State.
Well, yeah, it says it right there.
Yeah, it didn't say it at the bottom. Like right now, I was watching a replay. I assumed that some random team on Thursday night was not Arizona State playing Texas State.
Good
Both
ball
2-0,
game.
Texas State, the favorite.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Texas State's kind of an upstart little program.
Well, I stand corrected I thought this was Texas State versus some directional school I'd never heard of. All of a sudden, my interest is piqued.
Texas State is formerly Texas State San Marcos.
Okay.
It's formerly Southwest Texas State, too.
They just change a lot. Well, now they're the Cats. That's all I know.
Former local great Sam Levitt at quarterback for Arizona State.
Sam Levitt.
West Lynn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe that Arizona State's the dog in this. How about that?
Yeah. A woman has survived a 150-foot plunge off of Racehorse Falls.
That's a big plunge.
Dude.
Did you fall into the water, though, I'm hoping?
No.
Oh.
She did not.
She 150 feet and hit the rocks?
She did. It says that she had fallen 50 to 60 feet and then tumbled another 100 feet down a slippery rock slope. And she was hanging out down at the bottom. And crews they had to rappel down.
Yeah.
They put her into a litter and lifted her out of the canyon at the base of the falls, and then they carried her out about a quarter of a mile using a wheeled litter.
Huh.
She had serious injuries.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I would assume so. Like, the fact that you survived a 50-foot fall on its own, impressive, and then you slid down another 100-plus feet. I was like, there's no way you could survive a 150-foot fall, but if you're sliding, kind of tumbling down the rocks, maybe.
But I tell you what, if you look, there are photos of where she
Where she
landed
fell.
and where they're rappelling from.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Well, I'm honestly kind of blown away.
She's lucky.
If you told me you fell from 50 to 60 feet in a canyon somewhere, I'm assuming that you're donezo. That's usually not a survivable fall. I mean, that's like if you jump from a 60-foot bridge and hit the water, there's a good chance that you ain't walking out of that thing. Consider her very, very fortunate.
Got some issues up in Vancouver, Jace.
First, the Shug, and what the hell's happening on my side of the river?
Well, these are so disturbing to me. I almost don't want to present you this story.
All right, what do we got now?
Well, it's animal abuse.
I don't like this at all.
Did you see this?
No. What do we do now?
Well, there was a woman strangling a cat.
Why?
I don't know.
Was it her cat? Was it a rando cat?
They're eating the cats.
Was she trying to make a burrito out of the cat? She just decided to strangle a cat.
Okay, the only reason I'm telling you this is because the cat survived.
Okay.
But apparently, the La Policia,
Yeah.
they were already at this apartment complex on an unrelated call.
And they happened to see a woman strangling
Yes,
a cat?
the manager of the apartment complex knew they were there, and whoever that was ran to the police and said, "Hey, there is a woman who is visiting another tenant in our building, and she is in the lobby strangling a cat."
Huh. Can I ask where this apartment complex is? Because I got an idea.
Let's take a look.
I just want to,
It doesn't really say.
Okay.
It doesn't really say. But the woman was arrested, and the little kitty named Apollo was okay. They didn't say if it was like somebody's pet. They just said they transported the Apollo to the Humane Society. But
I just, I talk about the...
oh, here it is. 1000 West Columbia Way. Is where it is.
Because the apartment complex that I ride through on the tales of the interesting things that go on. If you told me that someone was strangling a cat, that's the least shocking thing that would come out of that. Oh yeah, this is over in downtown.
Oh, it's downtown.
Yeah, it's downtown.
So they say that the woman seemed to be under the influence of drugs.
Yeah.
As she walked around holding the cat by the neck.
Yeah.
Before shaking it and appearing to strangle it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's down there, and that's in there. We're going to be in some industrial areas down there. Yeah, that's not good.
She then said that the cat was her emotional support cat, but it didn't seem to be giving her much emotional support, seeing as how it was being strangled.
Yeah. Well, maybe the cat was at fault. I don't know.
I just have a real hard time with those animal cruelty stories, man.
It's hard. It's hard.
It really is. Those are the worst.
Well, because the animal has no recourse, right? There's just... It's all
cute
good.
Cat too. You need a cat? You want Apollo? You want to take Apollo in?
I was talking about this the other day because I've never had a cat because I've always had dogs.
Let's get you Apollo.
If my dog would tolerate a cat, I'm not against having a cat that would just like sit on my chair and like give people the stink eye. But yeah, it's not gonna. I don't think my dog would like it very much. Plus, then I'd be cat guy, and that's a whole other thing.
You don't want to be cat guy?
I don't want to be cat guy.
Why not? Who cares? Who cares what other people think, man? Take in Apollo. Apollo needs you.
I think if Apollo came over to my house, I think I would be the least of his worries.
The dog would strangle the cat?
I don't think that would work out very well for him.
Your dog would eat the cat?
They're eating the cats.
Is your dog Haitian?
Japanese.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, the development around OMSI gets the green light. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Look at the Buffalo Bills injuries. Taron Johnson is out due to a forearm injury. DeWine Smoot is out due to a toe injury. And they're going to be a little bit shorthanded on the defensive side of the football.
Schefter.
Well, so it's all right because the Dolphins are shorthanded running the ball. So the Bills don't have any healthy D linemen. The Dolphins don't have any healthy running backs. It's a wash.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll do it live.
It's Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan. Hello. This is in the news for September 12, 2024. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
One of the 1930s.
Wow.
Right?
That's right, Tim.
Old Bugsy Siegel.
Why did they talk like that?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Isn't that weird?
And I actually, did anyone really talk like that, or is that just something that we
I don't know.
Like
Maybe
Vikings wearing horns. Like,
maybe it's just like the movies.
Yeah, sometimes that just happens.
Or
And
something.
the stigma sticks around it, and you're like, oh, that's the way it was. No, it wasn't. It's kind of fun, though.
Hey, the development around OMSI has gotten a green light.
So no fun in Washougal, but fun in OMSI.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think OMSI's great, but there's just nothing down there around it. It's so weird.
Well, there's homeless, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they need stuff to, they need like dad stuff, like beer places and stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Gentrified a little bit. About 17 different coffee shops. How about that? A couple
Well,
wine
yeah,
bars.
I mean, we are in Portland.
Yeah, exactly.
A
right?
weed shop.
Yeah.
Maybe
there you go.
lawn croquet or something. I don't know. Just there's nothing down there.
Well, they're giving it a $15 million boost. I don't know what.
Well, that's the initial.
What does $15 million get you? Down
Well,
there in
that's
the
just the
district?
start. So it says Portland leaders have unanimously approved a $15.4 million investment in the neighborhood surrounding OMSI. They voted in favor of the funding at a meeting this past Wednesday. Their approval allows Economic and Urban Development Agency Prosper Portland to work alongside the Portland Bureau of Transportation to upgrade South Water Avenue, thus advancing the development. I think all in all, I thought I read $100 million.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
Down
They're
the
saying
road.
when it's all said and done, they're estimating.
Oh wait, $1
120.
billion.
They're estimating 120.
This says the OMSI district is slated to break ground in 2025. Museum leaders expect the project to garner about $1 billion in economic development. Okay, there you go. That's not the cost.
Yeah.
The first phase of construction is about 75% funded. They plan to gather public funds for the remainder. So they're coming after your money.
I mean, when I look at like the renditions of it, it looks cool. I mean, I've said this a million times. No city that I've ever been to uses their water space worse than we do.
I know.
And so, I mean, you're right there on the water. Do something cool with it. And it does look like, they're doing that there. And that we built the Tillicum Bridge right there to walk across it. And so, spruce it up down there. It makes you feel like you want to go down there. Get some, and they said that there's going to be some housing and some.
Yeah, 1,200 units of new housing.
Yeah.
A minimum of 20% reserved for low-income families, retail, educational space, and a new waterfront park.
There you go.
But
I like it.
But to do that, they have to build new roads, and that's where they're going to start.
Yeah. Well, I like what we got cooking here. You get that area going down there. The Rose Quarter area down there. What's that district that they're calling that? That the Knights are kicking like $500 million in down there between the Lloyd Center and.
Are you talking about Jumptown?
Well, it's not Jumptown, but it's like the something or other. There's a district down there that they're the city and the Knights are dumping all that money into. They're trying to improve the area between Moda Center and Lloyd Center, and Lloyd Center eventually is going to get redeveloped. It's cool to see parts of the city that are undergoing big revamps.
Yeah, it's the Albina area.
Yeah. So, that's I know we make fun of the city for never having done anything, but I told you this last year. I got to go out to Detroit, and it's been a decade since I've been out there and caught a Wings game.
Did you light a tire fire?
I did not light a tire fire, and I'm telling you, Detroit may have the worst reputation in the United States as far as cities go. Detroit has done such an incredible job with that city. And then I was talking to some people down there, and they said it starts with little things like this. These little initiatives and going neighborhood by neighborhood. And yeah, it takes a long time, but you got to start somewhere, digging yourself out. And I applaud that it feels like Portland is trying to dig our way out of this. And it's a great city, and I love it. And, fingers crossed. You just got to give it some time and patience.
Right. Yeah.
Someone's saying pretty close to the Lucky Devils. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it is. The Lucky Devils right there on Ross Island Bridge, I think.
Yeah, right over the
Pretty
right
close.
across that bridge. Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump. And then we can throw some fancy cupcake shops, and hey, I like it.
Okay, well,
take your kids to OMSI, and then mom takes them home, and you stick around and head to the Devil.
I would like to offer. You said be patient and stuff. Yeah, I feel like we are. I mean, it's taken a while.
I'm just trying to be less cynical when it comes to city projects. And that's hard.
I'd like to mark that, and I bet that's not true at all.
I'm trying, man. I'm
Okay,
trying to keep
that's
positive,
good.
Trying to keep a positive spin.
That's good. Let's keep that up.
My trip to Detroit changed my outlook on what a crappy city can do.
For sure, man.
With a
Yes.
couple decades.
Yeah, and we're not a crappy city. We just got
and
some issues.
We got some issues. Yeah, if Detroit can do it, although they got sports.
I mean, they were a crappy city.
Sports helped them. And maybe we get baseball, though we're not going to put that in the
I love
city.
sports. Yeah, well.
Sports is sports.
They're trying. Again, patient.
Yeah, but
been waiting for that for 25 years.
Be in the city, even if we get it built. It's out at Redtail. That's the cool part about Detroit is they built all those new stadiums right in one area in downtown, and the fewer casino and the housing and all that.
What were they thinking?
And it was great. That area down in Detroit kicks ass.
I'm marrying into Detroit now. You know that, right? You missed this, but you were gone.
What?
Meatball is engaged.
Oh, you did miss the
Right
news.
the hell out of town.
Yeah, he's engaged to be married. How about that?
To a
And
girl
she's
from Detroit.
Yes.
She had larceny in her heart.
That's right.
She was born in the D. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Meat.
Thanks. Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Meat.
You and Meat and the whole family.
They are not going to get married until 2026, they're saying.
I
But
like that you said thank you for congratulations that were not being offered towards you.
yeah, well, I mean, I deserve some.
It was to the entire family. It was to Nurse Nice. It was
Yeah.
to Meat. It was to the larceny gal. The whole deal.
And her family's great. They live in Detroit.
Yes. Ask him about it.
Miles. Oh, I've already talked to her about it. Miles. What is it? The miles, what's
Well,
the
yeah.
M&M thing?
Well, it's 8
8
miles.
miles?
Yeah. I think they're like.
That's the famous one.
I think they're 17 mile or something. I don't know.
You don't
17-mile
You don't-
drive.
You don't want to be
Wait,
near 8 miles.
they live in Monterey.
Okay. How about that?
No, I'm just kidding. They live in Detroit.
So right here. Sue
But I
went to
can't remember
Detroit
the
last
mile.
weekend. Went to dinner by the arena. It was great. Ton of people out. Good to see. See?
Look at that, Jason. Somebody agrees with you.
Telling you. Next time you get out to Detroit to see your family, you will be blown away by the downtown part of that city.
Will I?
Yes, you will. I guarantee.
Well, now I won't, just to spite you.
When you go out and see that, and you go to you walk around downtown where the casinos and the ballparks are and everything, and right in the heart of the city where everyone craps on, you
Well,
will come away impressed.
Look, I'm secretly hoping they don't get married out there, but that's not my choice. Although I do have some influence, and I've already started my
Push it to
my campaign.
Push it to Hawaii.
I don't know about Hawaii.
Destination wedding.
I could do Mexico.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe Italy. Depends on who's paying.
I'm guessing you. Well, no, it's the
bride's
the
family,
bride, right?
Yeah, we pay for. Believe me, we've been talking all
The
about
rehearsal
this.
dinner
Yeah,
is supposed to be on you.
Yeah, we pay for all that kind of stuff.
Rehearsal dinner. One of my kids gets married. Guess who's not having a rehearsal dinner?
Why? So you don't have to pay for it, you cheap
I'm
bastard?
not paying for a rehearsal dinner.
Why not?
I'll tell you that right now. That's
your
Well,
responsibility.
if one of your daughters gets married, you're right. The groom's parents will pay for that.
I'm just telling you right now, the rehearsal dinner, that's the dumbest thing I could possibly think of. A rehearsal dinner for a wedding.
See, rehearsal dinners rule. He doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. He just doesn't want to spend the money.
So stupid.
He doesn't like his kids.
Rehearse. Like, we need to rehearse.
No, you have to rehearse the wedding.
I don't have to rehearse S.
Okay, you don't have to rehearse the wedding then. But just having a dinner with, like, basically the A-team of people attending your wedding, that's awesome.
My son is an idiot.
We get where your kids are in the hierarchy.
Absolutely.
The wallet matters more, kids.
I'm with the Mike Leach thing. Here's $10,000. Go
You get
low.
the invite to the rehearsal dinner. That means you're like A-list for that wedding. That
A-list.
rules.
That's right. And you get drunk 2 nights in a row.
That's right.
Instead of just the
And
one.
frankly, you probably get better food on that night than you do on the big wedding
That's a
night.
great point.
Because you usually have it at a nice restaurant. You
That's
rent out
right.
a room.
That's
You
right.
that hard up for booze and dinner.
Well,
No,
yeah,
it's
it's
a
just
good time.
fun.
I mean, you go out for
Yes.
booze and dinner every weekend.
Weddings are fun. Come on, man.
That's right. Rehearsal dinner at Jerry's Tavern, boys. Let's go. Pub beer and Italian sausages for everybody.
The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. That's in the news, September 12, 2024. The Hot 5 is next, followed by Brett McMurphy, Action Network on The Fan.
For more than 50 years, PG Long has been the Pacific Northwest's premier choice for
right. Welcome back. Hope you guys are having a nice little Thursday. It's Rop and Sook, your sports bros, here on The Fan.
We got double football on. We got Bills, Dolphins in this vicious cockfight. Texas State, Arizona State.
Let's go.
Kind of like what Texas State's got going on here with the unis.
Nice little upstart program.
Yeah. 7-7 right now.
Coming up in our next segment, we're going to talk to Brett McMurphy of Action Network about the Pac-2 expanding to be the Pac-6 and soon to be the Pac-9, not to be confused with the Pac-12.
That is right out. Will we ever see another conference that actually has the correct number of teams in their name?
I don't think so. I don't think that. I think that ship has sailed.
At least the SEC is just the SEC.
Yeah, when will we get one of these conferences like the Big 10 or the Big 12 to actually change the name to just something that doesn't involve the number?
Well, I mean, they did mention, because the Big 12 is thinking about selling the name where it will no longer be the Big 12. It'll be...
Oh, I just assumed it would be like the Dr. Pepper Big 12.
Yeah, well, in the press release from the Pac-12, they did mention that there could be some branding opportunities. This could be the Pac-12 brought to you by Comcast Xfinity real quick.
We've got, tonight in the club, the great Bon Jovi to the rescue.
What?
And we will talk about dream scrolling. But right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
The attorney representing the plaintiff in a civil lawsuit accusing Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson of sexual assault and battery has said now that the woman will speak with the NFL within the next 2 weeks. Now, he said, that's Tony Busby, he said that they have a video and 2 additional witnesses for the NFL to speak with. He says he's never personally had confidence in the NFL's disciplinary process, but she has chosen to engage with it.
Remember, not criminal. This is civil, like the other ones. But Cleveland's looking at this thing because they're just trying to find a way out of this. And this could get real ugly if there's, whether this thing has teeth or not, if Cleveland feels that there's a way that they can try to weasel out of the remainder of that $230 million guaranteed deal.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, this is a new lawsuit.
Yes.
I think 23 of the other 24 lawsuits, and yes, he has 24 lawsuits.
Yes.
I think 23 of them have been settled.
They got settled, and they're saying that this one is not going to be wrapped up even with NFL discipline. Remember, you already served the suspension. This is something different.
Number 4.
And this is not a masseuse. This is apparently someone he went on a date with, who he then got naked and tried to have her massage.
Yeah, at her place. But who hasn't done that?
Jeez. 29 times or whatever.
Got a little college football tomorrow. A couple decent little ball games. As a matter of fact, we have a top 25 game tomorrow. Arizona, ranked 20th, will be at Kansas State. The Wildcats ranked, well, both Wildcats.
Yeah.
Kansas State ranked 14th.
Now, is that a conference game or just happen to be conference opponents they scheduled as non-con?
No, that should be a
conference game.
I'm guessing it's a conference game, yeah.
They're both Big 12 teams.
Never thought about it. Yeah. That way. UNLV and Kansas will play as well. That'll be tomorrow on ESPN. Right now, we've got Arizona State and Texas State going at it. First quarter, they are tied 7-7.
Turns out Texas State, by the way, 2-point favorites in this game, according to Ryan Buckley.
Well, they're pretty good.
Yeah, Texas State's a little upstart program. In Arizona State, Dillingham took over a bit of a mess there. Thanks,
Number 3.
Trying to look at who their coach is. Oh, Spavital's their coach.
Texas State?
Oh, never mind.
What? So he's not.
G.J. Kinney?
Couldn't tell you.
Used to be a quarterback for Northwestern, right?
I don't know.
G.J. Kinney?
Who cares?
You got me. I'm not familiar with Texas State's quarterbacks or old Northwestern quarterbacks.
Well, he would be their coach, not their quarterback. Astros came back and beat the A's today, 6-3. Their lead now 4 in the AOS as the Mariners get set to host the Rangers tonight. Now, Texas is tossing top prospect Kumar Rocker for his Major League debut.
If you don't remember, he's the guy that the Mets drafted and then couldn't come to a deal, so he went back to Vandy, and then he got hurt.
No, he went to the minors. He didn't go back to Vandy. He went to the minors.
Oh, he went to the minors.
Yeah, and
the Mets never signed him.
So he was drafted 10th by the Mets, and he failed a physical, and so they did not sign him. He played lower-level ball. Texas drafted him number 3 the very next season, but then he went under the knife because he had Tommy John surgery.
Now here he is.
And he's finally back. He turns 25 in November, and I guess he's been lighting it up in the minors. Also, fun fact about Kumar Rocker, he is the first player of Indian descent ever in Major League Baseball.
Well, that's cool. It was fun to see prospects like that get
I remember him in the College World Series throwing like 104 miles an hour.
It was a big deal when the Mets picked him. Everyone was like, hey, the next great pitcher. And then
Good little player.
Couldn't get anything done.
Bills Dolphins in Miami, Monday Night Football. Who do you trust less, Josh Allen or Tua Tagovailoa?
I fully trust Josh Allen. 6-0, by the way, on Monday night. I trust Tua, just not against good teams. Remember, the Miami Dolphins last year, they beat one team with a 500 record or better. I just think the Dolphins are fool's gold. And everyone that said that, oh, who's Buffalo going to throw to? I think he completed passes to 10 receivers.
You think the wrong team's favored?
The wrong team's favored. Like Dolphins by 2, I'll go ahead and gobble that up. I'll take
2.5.
I'll take Buffalo on the money line.
Come too far together. Stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shot it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number 1.
My #1 fan.
Number 1.
Number 1.
And number 1, Yahoo Sports was the first to report this, but the Pac-2 has poached 4 schools from the Mountain West.
Yeah.
Joining Oregon State and Washington State, beginning in the 2026-27 season, will be Boise State, San Diego State, Fresno State, and Colorado State. They are now just 2 shy of the 8-team requirement to be recognized as an FBS conference. Scott Barnes, the athletic director at Oregon State today, saying that they want to get to 9 teams so they can play an 8-game conference schedule. The Pac-12 will be paying the exit fees and other fees to the Mountain West, which totals upwards of $100 million.
Hey-oh, but they got all that money. I mean, they do have a big war chest of cash. And it sounds like, obviously, they were waiting on the Big 12 and the ACC thing, and nothing was materializing there. And you kind of got to strike while the iron's hot, because if you give the Mountain West 2 years' notice, it's an $18 million fee plus the poaching fee, which, by the way, never have a scheduled alliance with anyone. It just means that the other side's going to screw you over. But if you waited until it was a 1-year notice, it was a $36 million fee. So you kind of got pushed into a corner, and that's why they said this came together very quickly, and this was the best option that was left for him.
We'll talk more about that coming up next with Brett McMurphy of the Action Network. Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. It's Isaac and Suk on The Fan.
Oregon does.
right, the Pac-2, Oregon State, Washington State have added San Diego State, Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State. Here to talk about what's next is Brett McMurphy, Action Network. Mr. McMurphy, thank you for your time. How are you?
Good evening, guys. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you. So what do you think happens now? Like it sounds like they want to get to 9 total. Who do you think rounds out this new Pac-12?
Well, they definitely have to get to 8 because that's the minimum to be an FBS conference. So they actually don't know. I mean, if they did, they would have already offered those invitations. So I think the fact that they stopped at 6 is kind of telling. That the 6 members now, we go from 2-pack to the 6-pack, will determine who those new members are going to be. I think, the candidates are obvious: UNLV, Air Force, Mountain West. You could look at Memphis and Tulane out of the American, potentially dip into Texas and try to grab like a UTSA or a Texas State. Those could be possibilities. The challenge for the Pac-12 is that whoever they get, like any of the schools I mentioned or any other schools out there that they could get, and Cal and Stanford would not be available, obviously, they're not going to bring a great deal of value to their media rights deal going forward. They're all basically going to be about the same. There's not like one school out there that really would bring a great deal of value. And so basically, I think they've got to decide, and it's not a easy choice. It's a personal preference for them. What do they want? Do they want somebody that's the best football program currently? Do they want historically the best football program? Are they more with how engaged are the fans, the fan base, the brand name? I'd mention academics, but we know they don't care about academics. So that's basically what they've got to figure out. But the fact they stopped at 6 members means that they don't have a consensus who the next 2 will be, but certainly they got to get those in place for the 2026 season to be an FBS conference and be eligible for the college football playoff.
Well, I would assume that anyone in the Mountain West would accept the invite. The Mountain West TV deal is like $4 million a year per school. It's about to get a lot worse. But the American conference, they got $9 million a year. I've seen the Pac-12 somewhere probably in that $10 million range. Even if they got to like 11 or 12, do you think that's enough for someone like Tulane to want to go be in the West Coast? Is the brand name enough to actually pull teams from down south or out east for probably not more money or much more money, if any at all?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I can't tell you the answer to that because we don't know what Tulane is thinking. I think Tulane would prefer at the end of the day to be in the ACC, but is that ever going to happen? That's dependent on Florida State and Clemson and maybe some other schools leaving. So certainly that would be a better fit geography-wise. You don't know. We don't know if they're happy with the way things are in the American or they're fed up with it. The Pac-12 does carry a brand value, whether that's how much that's worth exactly, that's debatable, I guess. They are no longer a power conference, so they're not going to be treated like they were, 2 or 3 years ago. They're now part of the group of 6. They're not a power league. Obviously, their conference champ will be eligible to make make the CFP, just like every other conference champ out there. And so that's something Tulane's got to figure out. I wouldn't be surprised if the American goes after Air Force. I mean, if you have the American, athletic conference and 3 of your teams are Army, Navy, and Air Force, that's a pretty good deal. Now we could talk about how good those teams may or may not be, but certainly from a brand, if you have all 3 military teams in your conference, that would be a huge get for the American. So, we'll say, what if Tulane doesn't want Air Force in the American? Maybe that's a reason to go to the Mountain West. I don't know. We don't know those answers. I know that Florida State and Clemson voted against adding Cal, Stanford, and SMU. So, there have been, similar examples in other leagues, but that's that's what we got to find out. The money is going to be very similar, like you said. I think the Pac-12 would get a little bit more money, but certainly if the American could pull Air Force, then I think that may level the playing field as far as the TV money. But the good news for the Pac-12 is they're next up as far as the media rights negotiations. Kind of like the Big 12 jumped the Pac-12. We saw what happened with the Pac-12. So maybe they can benefit from that and get a deal with ESPN and or Fox and don't have to worry about being on the CW like the teams currently do in the Mountain West.
This is Brett McMurphy of Action Network. So what do you think will happen with the ACC and when?
When is I don't know, and what is I don't know, because we don't know what I could sit here and tell you this is going to happen. I have no idea. I can tell you what will happen based on what the judges decide. I don't know what the judges are going to decide. If the judges give Florida State and Clemson an opportunity to get out of the conference, they will get out of the conference. If it costs lots and lots of money to get out of the conference, then nobody else is going to leave the conference. So what does that mean? That means Clemson and Florida State are going to have to find a home. I reported a couple of weeks ago, the Big Ten and SEC have no interest in either school if they are the only two that get out. But if a judge rules the grant of rights is invalid, it's not enforceable, whatever it is, and it's like a conga line out the front door of the ACC offices, then you're going to see the Big Ten and the SEC go after North Carolina and Virginia. You're going to see Clemson and Florida State end up in one of those two conferences. You're going to see Miami land somewhere. You're going to see Virginia Tech end up somewhere. Pitt and Louisville perhaps go to the Big 12. And then the Big 10 would have 20, 22 members. The SEC would have 20. The Big 12 would have 20. And the ACC would basically be Boston College, Syracuse, Wake Forest, and whoever's left in the American. So that's the two scenarios. But, again, I have no idea what's going to happen because we've got 4 lawsuits ongoing right now, and we've got to see, the end result of all that. And then once we do, then I think you'll have a better idea of what exactly is going to happen.
I think that surprises so many people, and I did see that you reported that. Can you tell us why is it? Because I think there was this belief that if Clemson and Florida State got out, that there'd be some sort of bidding war. But you reported that both the Big Ten and the SEC are saying no thanks. Why is there not interest for what seemingly a lot of layman fans would say are the two marquee brands?
Well, the SEC reason is easy. They've already got teams in the state of Florida and South Carolina. So by adding Florida State and Clemson, you're adding two solid brands, two teams that historically are decent in football, but you already own those states. You're not going to bring in additional SEC viewers because you add Florida State and Clemson. So the amount of your media rights increases slightly, but now you got 2 more mouths to feed. So the amount of money per team would actually reduce. The Big Ten, they just jumped up to, 18. They're still trying to figure out how they're going to do 18 schools. And also, Florida State has been very public in their efforts to get out of the ACC. Part of that's because of the Sunshine State rules in the state of Florida that all these meetings have to be public. So a lot of their laundry has been out there for everybody to see. However, it's turned a lot of presidents off in the Big Ten. They're like, we think they would be a disruptive partner. If they're doing this to the ACC, how do we know they don't do that to us? Also, neither school is an AAU member, the academic standing that every Big Ten school is currently, with the exception of Nebraska. They were an AAU member when they joined the school. They have since lost that designation. And so, academics actually does matter somewhat in the Big Ten. And again, keep in mind, these are presidents that are making these decisions. These are not message board, experts or keyboard warriors that are making this call, or coaches. And the presidents kind of look at things a little bit differently. And finally, the reason why neither conference wants to add anybody right now is they don't know what's going to happen with the House settlement. They don't know is there going to be revenue sharing or players, I'm not going to call them student athletes, are players going to be employees? We don't know all of these different factors, and that's like their number one priority now is figuring all this stuff out. We don't even know if there's going to be an NCAA. So, the Big Ten's up to 18, the SEC's at 16. There's no urgency to add either one, because there's no threat of that. If they wanted him, there's no threat that they can go anywhere else because both leagues don't want him. FSU's not spending millions of dollars to go to the Big 12, so that's not an option. So I don't know what they'll do. But again, if the door and everybody can get out, well, then the Big Ten and SEC would fight over their top targets in the ACC, and then you would see them grow. But unless that happens, neither one has the appetite to expand. And you're right, it surprised a lot of people, especially people in Tallahassee. I have a good friend who's in Tallahassee that does, some media work, and he called me up as soon as my story popped, and I said, all right, let me hear it. What's your beef? And he goes, dude, I've been hearing this stuff for 3 months. I can't report it because I cover Florida State, and it'd be viewed as negative towards Florida State. So I don't think this is any surprise to the Florida State people. I think it was a surprise to everybody kind of out there, who everyone just kind of thought, based on the pulse of Twitter and the so-called Twitter experts, that Florida State's are locked to the Big Ten and they've already locked them in. They already have an invite and all that stuff. It was total garbage.
Is there? I was kind of spitballing, thinking while you were talking about the ACC. If everybody, let's say that one crumbles, is there a chance that this Pac-12, however they round it out, becomes a Power 4 league?
No, because here, this is how, that's a great question, but this is how it is. So basically the designation of a power league, if people don't realize this, is the college football playoff pays out millions and millions of dollars to the conferences. These power leagues, the 4 power leagues now, they get probably 3/4 of that revenue from the college football playoff. Obviously, conferences are rewarded. More teams you have, the further they go, et cetera. But there's just a flat rate. If you have no teams to go to the college football playoff, if you're a power league, you're going to get a minimum of this much $1 million. It dwarfs the group of 5, a group of 6 numbers. They probably don't get 10% of what the power leagues get. So in the scenario we laid out, if the ACC imploded and there's no ACC anymore, then you're down to 3 power leagues. So what are those 3 power leagues going to do? Are they going to say, hey, you know what, we feel bad for the Pac-12, let's give them a full share and keep it to Power 4? No, it'll be the Power 3, and they'll get the bulk of the money, and everyone else will fight at the kids' tables for the leftovers, and ultimately we'll probably have a Power 2 with the Big Ten and the SEC, and everybody else will be second rate. The question is, once we get to that Power 2 status, will those guys take their ball and go play on their own and basically just have a playoff with exclusively Big Ten and SEC schools? I don't think either league wants to do that, but that could be a last resort. And if that did happen, I think you would see both leagues would expand to at least 20. It would look like the NFL model. AFC, NFC, one's on ESPN, one's on Fox, kind of like it is now. It's just everybody else is involved in the game right now, but we could get to that. But the original question, if the ACC somehow, disappeared off the map, then they cut the pie into 3 bigger pieces and smile as they sit on their Scrooge McDuck pile of money.
Yeah. So basically the best case scenario here for the Pac-12 is, you backfill it with 3 other teams, and then you and the American Athletic Conference become kind of the 2 slugging it out for one shot. The best team from those 2 conferences, the champion, ends up getting a place at the table. Correct?
Yeah, and you could get somewhere down the road. Who's to say that the runner-up can't finish in the top 11 in the country and get in a large bid? That's a possibility. Again, it's going to be difficult, but if you can beef up your non-conference schedule enough and, roll out an 11-1 season, certainly you could be in the conversation a lot more than you could be if you're a team from Conference USA, the Sun Belt, or the MAC.
I know you're with the Action Network now, so Oregon, what is it, 16 and a half over Oregon State? What do you think's the right side this weekend when they meet?
Well, I was either dumb enough are smart enough to pick Oregon to win the national title. And, right now, Dan Lanning's not making me look very smart. But the good news is nobody's going to remember those 2 games when we get to December.
True.
The question I have about Oregon is, can they figure out what's going on the offensive line? That's the biggest shock to me, because I talked to Dan, Big Ten Media Days, and he was very, very psyched and very optimistic about the offensive line and the trenches, both offensively and defensively. But, my gosh, Genty ran all over him. If not for the punt return and the kick return, look, make no mistake, Boise should have won that game.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or doubts about it. But they didn't. So give Oregon credit, they won. I mean, I don't know. I know it's in Corvallis. I would hate to have. I mean, Oregon hasn't shown me they've figured it out. So I would have to lean to taking Oregon State plus the points. I mean, think of how jacked up Oregon State and Washington State are this week.
Yeah.
To play the 2 teams that left them behind, and you can only imagine, how psyched they are. Now, the famous Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan till you get punched in the face. So once they get hit in the face, how they respond. But, I mean, my gosh, think if Washington State and Oregon State won on Saturday, oh, my God, what a 48-hour or 72-hour for the Pac-12. They would celebrate that one for a long, long time.
Very true. Action Network, Brett McMurphy. Hey, thanks for the time. Appreciate the info.
Thank you.
Wow. What a gong show this is.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
It is kind of nuts to think about it. And we're not anywhere done. So we gotta figure out the Pac-12 backfill.
Yeah.
And then the Mountain West has to figure out because they got gutted.
Yeah.
So they're talking about maybe elevating it if they want to, the Montana States and North Dakota States of the world. I don't even know if they want to do that, but the schools. And then, what happens with the American Athletic Conference?
Yeah.
Does the Pac-12 try to poach from there? And can they? Because the money's going to be about the same. And then the ACC lawsuit thing, is it just the 2 that get out? Is it the entire conference?
That's the big thing. Because to me, like at this point, past the last 3 of the Pac-12, it's kind of all the same.
Yeah.
You're the Mountain West, Pac-12,
it's all
AAC,
right.
Sun Belt. Just have a good season and hope you get into the playoff, right?
Yes.
You're not Power 4.
No.
But boy, I tell you, it sounds like the entire college football world should be rooting for the ACC to go tease up, because if it does, that changes everything.
Yeah.
And all these conferences look different.
Yeah, question. And he brought it up. If they say that the grant of rights isn't enforceable and there's a cheap deal to be made, the whole thing crumbles. If it's a couple $100 million, no one may leave. Or at the worst, it would be just Clemson and Florida State. And wouldn't that be hilarious if those jackasses tried to buy their way out and no one wanted them? I would laugh my ass
what would they do? They'd be like the new Pac-2.
I would laugh. Well, honestly, even after all that lawsuit, they may have to stick around because they don't have another choice. Or take pittance money from another conference, or God forbid, what if they had to lower themselves to the Big 12?
Yeah, good stuff.
I love when people get big britches and then just get kneecapped. It's hilarious.
All right. One other thought on this. Oh, and we never talk about basketball.
No.
Gonzaga to the Pac-12?
It would only,
basketball?
Yeah, we can. There's a whole thing.
Why not?
The Big 12 was flirting.
I know they were.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Gonzaga would rather be in the Big 12, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd like to stay west.
Yeah.
So anyway, a couple of other thoughts, and we'll wrap up the discussion coming up next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter. So the poll question today on X, we asked you, where should the Pac-12 turn next after adding the 4 Mountain West schools? Right now, 39% of you say UNLV and Air Force. 29% say Memphis and Tulane. 20% say North Dakota State and Wyoming. And then 12% say the Texas schools, North Texas and Texas San Antonio.
I'm not certain that you can get the American Athletic Conference teams.
Is that Memphis and Tulane?
That's Memphis and Tulane and North Texas and Texas San Antonio. I'm intrigued because I get that the Pac-12 has some cachet because of the name branding, but look, this isn't the Pac-12. It's not. It's a group of 6 team now. It's group of 5 now, soon to be group of 6. So the American Athletic Conference pays out, they just got their TV deal done, $9 million. I mean, it'll come down to what the Pac-12 gets, but most people are putting this around $10 million. If it's $10 million, I mean, Texas, San Antonio, maybe, but and again, we don't know what kind of exit fees. I'm assuming that the Pac-12 would pick up the bill on that like they did for the Mountain West teams. But if you're New Orleans, if you're Tulane down in New Orleans, is $1 million? Is it worth playing out here in the West as opposed to where you're at, a little closer to home? Is the prestige, is it that much better? Is the path to the college football playoff harder in the Pac-12? Because I mean, I think it's the idea that it's a foregone conclusion because any Mountain West team you invite jumps in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because they just got gutted.
Yeah, the Mountain West was paying out.
So Wyoming, UNLV, Air Force,
any one of them
could be had.
Yes. So the Mountain West pays out about $3 to $4 million per school. And by the way, that number, their TV deal's up in a couple years. That number's about to get a lot worse. I mean, seriously, they're going to get like $1.5 million per school. So any one of them would jump at the chance. But when you're making $9 million and the Pac-12 comes and offers 10, I'm not certain that's enough to get that out. So, this may be time will tell, but maybe it just ends up being, the UNLVs. And we had a guy on earlier from ESPN.
Kyle Bonagura.
Bonagura. And I thought he had a really interesting point, and that was kind of the half share thing. Remember, like with the Big Ten, Oregon and UW are getting partial shares for the entire time. Cal and Stanford, partial shares with the ACC. There's some leverage there. If you are the Pac-12, you could easily go to the UNLVs of the world and be like, hey, by the way, our new TV deal is going to be 10, 11, 12 million bucks. We're going to offer you a half share for the entire length of the deal or a half share for 4 years and then a 75% share. And you're going to take that because if you don't, you're going to be in a Mountain West that's paying you $1 to $2 million a year. So you've got some leverage there to grab some of those Mountain West teams at partial shares, because that's the other thing to remember is, and this is what Brett McMurphy was talking about as far as like the SEC and the Big Ten, bringing in a team, especially a team like Memphis or Tulane or any of those teams that, UNLV, whatever. That's not bringing a ton of valuation. No, ESPN or whoever, or CW, isn't going to look at that and be like, oh, absolutely. Go add those 3 schools and we're giving you an extra $40 million a year for those schools. So like like anytime you add a school, you have to split the pie another way so that when you can split the pie with a sliver by bringing in 4 teams and paying them less than half of what you're paying the rest, all of a sudden you start to see maybe there is some maybe there's a reason why you just stopped at the 4 and didn't go for the others.
So here's an idea, and I'm just spitballing here. I know nothing, okay? But if you're saying, and Brett McMurphy said, that there's really no value after the 4 that they just took.
No, there's not. It's all the same.
Then why not? See, I like the idea of UNLV just because I like getting into the Vegas market.
Sure.
But if you need 2 more, why? What about, especially because, like you said, you can get them in at way cheaper rate. By the way, Tua just threw another pick. Yeah. That's 2. 2 by Tua.
I see what you did there.
Why not go after the schools? Like, what is the problem with going at, or what am I trying to say? Okay. There are 2 schools that I'm thinking of that are real small.
Yeah.
But They have really passionate fan bases. They have they're huge deals in their communities.
I know where you're going.
And they're very first of all, they would jump at the chance to be in the Pac-12. And I think they're good programs. Like, they win.
Yep.
And I think over time, much like we saw when Boise State made the jump, or then Utah went to the Pac-12 and they made the jump, when you take a step up, over time your talent level increases.
Yep.
I just like the idea of Montana.
Oh, I'd love it.
And North Dakota State.
Yep, I knew that's where you were going.
Because they're so passionate about their programs.
Yep.
I feel like you're buying low. You're grabbing that to me is more interesting than, and playing games there is more interesting
than New Mexico.
Yes, or even an Air Force or something.
Yeah.
So what is the problem with that?
First off, I love that line of thinking. I think grabbing Montana, if you got UNLV, Montana, and North Dakota State,
that'd be kind of a fun little upstart
I think it'd
league.
be fun. Look, because at this point, all you're doing is putting together a fun league to give yourself a crack at maybe being the best group of 5 team, right? And the dollars and cents, it's all going to end up shaking out the same. There's really no valuation to be had. I absolutely love that idea of doing it. The only question I would have is, I wonder. I would think that the money would be enough to bring them up, but would they want to? I mean, those are huge deals in their community, and they win national titles and they compete for national titles.
Yeah.
Would they not? Would they be happier being? Because right now they have thin budgets and it's fine. They succeed. They win national titles. Would they rather be the big fish in the little pond as opposed to trying to come up? I think you should at least make that call. I would love it.
Don't you think? Well, one thing we've already read is that UNLV is kind of tied to Nevada.
Yeah, some people are
which could
saying
be a problem. Montana, I would imagine, would be very tied to Montana State.
Oh yeah, that could be.
That would be a tough thing.
Yeah, North Dakota and North Dakota State. I don't know.
But I don't know. I mean, I think they'll.
And McMurphy brought it up too. The problem when you do this is because, as he said, it's university presidents making these decisions. And God, who knows what the hell university presidents are thinking? Or like you said, this school's tied to that school. And it's like, hey, you're not leaving without me. I mean, we saw that with UCLA and Cal. In fact, I think UCLA still has to write them a check every year for a significant amount of funds. And that was over, huge money. I'm not certain that one of those other schools, if they are tied to the other state schools, would be willing to break away. But I love the idea of it. I think it would be so much fun to give those teams a crack and just kind of have your own little identity. Because if you're gonna be stuck being the little brother, and that's the Pac-12 is going to be the little brother. You're never going to be one of the power conferences. I kind of like the idea of being the weird kid out west. Just do things differently.
I just like the passion of those programs.
Yeah.
And when they get money, when they get more money, they'll dump it back into the program.
Yeah.
Like it matters to them. Yeah. And I think that's a huge part of what I would want in any program jumping to the Pac-12. And that's a knock against UNLV, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't.
No, it's
other than them being in Vegas.
It's historically one of the worst programs in college
They don't
football.
dump a lot of money into that thing, do they? And there's
terrible.
not a passionate fan base. There's not a great it's not a great home field
They've
or anything.
never been good.
Yeah, I just like the idea of Oregon State going and playing at Montana.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with Boise, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
I would rather have a fan base that's small and is poor but cares than being in a big city. And no offense, but San Diego State's like that. Okay, you're in San Diego. No one goes to those games. You're telling me go to a Montana or a North Dakota State game and a San Diego State game and tell me which one of those is a better environment. Yeah. But then you get into school size and enrollment and all that, and who knows what the presidents think.
What about Alabama and Georgia? Think they'd make the jump?
Well, there's someone literally on the Vancouver Ford text line that said, "Is the buyout too large to bring back former Pac-12 teams?" Oh my God! If Oregon came back, they would have an easy route to an automatic bid. Please, please, just.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be nice about it, they're making so much more money in the Big Ten. There's no chance they come back to the Pac-12.
Utah's not coming back.
No chance. No. That's why they left. They cashed out. Or cashed in, I guess. Yeah. Okay, we got a break, and we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
I think we're just going to the dock.
Did you see that Coach Prime got ball sacked today?
What happened to Coach Prime?
Oh, no.
What did he do?
Well, he got ball sacked.
Yeah, but, how did he get sacked?
Well,
And by
there's
the way, we've all been ball sacked before. It happens.
Believe?
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, just ask Steed Creamroper.
Yeah. That's my favorite sacking that we've had happen.
Apparently, he does believe, Dion. He believes a man named Wilson F. Ball, college football analyst.
Okay.
Who tweeted
like Wilson football?
Yes, he tweeted, Breaking. Per sources close to Utah football, the laceration on the hand of Utes quarterback Cam Rising has grown infected and is showing signs of tetanus. He's expected to be out for up to 6 to 8 weeks. Utah Athletics is preparing a medical redshirt waiver for an 8th season just in case.
Is this the same guy that reported that Ollie Gordon had chlamydia?
Yeah, I don't know. But as first I've heard of this guy. But the real story about Cam Rising is that he may not play this week, but he is expected to be back next week.
Yeah,
he's fine.
He's got a bum hand.
Coach Prime's tweet, praying for Utah football Cam Rising. And he has the praying hands. God bless you, your family and team. You're an awesome, resilient young man. Hashtag Coach Prime.
I
love that he hashtags himself on there.
Hashtag IROP.
Boy, he is fast.
Not hashtag rise up for rising or something, but no. Hashtag Coach Prime.
Yeah.
He is a fascinating individual. Do you think he tags, like, I don't think, even in text messages, do you think he tags things?
Who?
Coach Prime. Like, I think if he sent you a text message, he would hashtag it. I think at this point, it's just what he does. Like, he's like, hey, be home for dinner soon. Hashtag Coach Prime. It's just like built into every sort of communication. Like he writes a note to someone at the bottom. Hashtag
Can't you
Coach
have,
Prime.
I think on the iPhone you can set it. Can't you set a signature?
Yeah, the signature.
He never had an iPhone, but John Buckley definitely had an auto signature on his Samsung Galaxy, whatever, because you would like send him a text and be like, hey, Dad, are you going to be, will you be home in 10 minutes? And it would say, yeah, John Buckley. It would just say John Buckley after every single text.
Is he sending a lot of text to people who don't know where the text is coming from?
Well, so it was when he was still working and he was like the CEO of a company and he was sending messages to people who sometimes didn't have his number. But
yeah, that's adorable. My dad will, whether it's a voicemail or a text message, he will introduce himself. Like in a text message, hey, it's Dad. No, I got it.
I know. My phone says Dad right next to your name.
I'm with you. Or he calls me up. Hey, Dad here. Yeah, I got that one. So he doesn't sign it, but he will not send a message without identifying himself at the beginning. And that I always smile at that one.
Well, Wilson F. Ball, in case you were wondering, is not real. Or I mean, it's real, but it's a fake.
Yes.
It's real, but it's fake.
Cam Rising does not have tetanus.
No. Or maybe he does.
Yeah, he's got a bum hand.
Maybe
Although,
he does.
If he got hurt right now and had played in one game, would they dare give him another year of eligibility?
They'd probably try, wouldn't they, if he wanted to?
Well,
he's not going to the NFL, is he?
I don't think he's an NFL guy. I mean, he may get a shot at a camp, but
he's the new Cam McCormick.
Well, yeah, McCormick down at Miami, right? With his 9th year or whatever. He's working on 17 different degrees.
I want to say he caught a touchdown last week.
Did he?
Yeah. They did a feature on him on game day.
Yeah, like
it was pretty
start.
Good.
It is kind of amazing that he's just out there. Although, it's not to the same length, but Pharaoh Brown is in the NFL and he almost lost his leg. They were going to amputate that sucker.
Where's he playing?
I think he was with the Seahawks, but
I think he's in New England. He's bounced around. I know he's on an opening day roster. I think it's New England, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
He is currently a tight end for the Seahawks.
Yeah. And that's so, if you're Cam McCormick and you're like, hey, Pharaoh Brown almost lost his leg and that guy's playing in the NFL, I'm guessing Cam McCormick feels like he's like, I just need an opportunity.
Just need a shot.
Just give me a shot.
Keep me healthy, Doc.
How about this? Vancouver Ford text line. I dated a girl that was extremely full of herself. She called herself the Portland Princess.
Yeah, boy.
Everything from embroidered pillows to her license plate said that.
What?
Her texts ended with Portland Princess.
What? Now, the question becomes to this gentleman texting in, how hot? Because if you
had to have been really hot.
You're dating someone,
I kind of don't care.
If you're dating with someone that's that much of a pain in the ass, and you stuck around, either
something's really good, or
she's either super hot, or maybe you're just you're just happy that you've got a girl that's willing to touch you. I don't know, but I'm intrigued. Is the Portland Princess actually hot?
You could probably find her, hashtag her on the IG. You'll probably find her on there.
Portland Princess.
All right, we got to run. The club is next. We've got, I tell you, guys.
You okay over there?
John Bon Jovi is just a fantastic human being.
He is.
Something happened today
Oh, I saw this.
Did you see this?
I did.
This is the low-key best thing that happened all day. And it's not even close.
I'm intrigued.
And it involves John Bon Jovi. So we'll kick off the club with that next on The Fan.
For many of us, guys, it's happened.
Princess. It's how deep were his gouges in the paint when she keyed his truck upon breakup.
Yeah, that's that whole Carrie Underwood thing. Like, everyone's like, yeah, Doug. I'm like, that's a crime. You can't do that. Yeah, there is that weird thing where it's like, if a guy cheats, they think that, like, you can burn down his house and whatnot. Yeah, that's not a... You don't get to do that. And yet a lot of guys I know put up with that. They're like, well, happened. Ex-girlfriend, lit my truck on fire. You're like,
I always think it's weird when the girl cheats and the boyfriend wants to beat up the other dude. It's like,
right.
Well, your girl made that choice, not.
Right.
I mean, I guess you could go kick that guy's ass if you want to, but hey, you got problems at home, bro.
Yeah, that's always one of those. It's where's your anger at? Like, he's not the one that cheated.
That's right.
Your gal cheated, but you can't hit her. Although, to be fair, you can't hit him either. Again,
you can't hit people.
That's assault. You can't show up to the cops and be like, hey, why did you put that guy in a coma? He slept with my girlfriend. Yeah.
Ow.
Ow.
I once helped a man in this area. I think I've told you this story, but, how do I tread lightly here?
Careful.
Well, look.
You're like, look.
There are some people on my wife's side that, a little rough around the edges.
I get it. Yeah.
And she was dating...
Some sharp elbows.
She was dating this dude who was visiting, and he's from Mexico, but they lived in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude, he's a tattoo artist.
Of course he is.
And he was not to be messed with.
Yeah.
And I knew that instantly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's where the hard dudes are. So we got to know each other a little bit and doing some drinking and living our white Portland life,
Living your best life.
And he's just kind of chilling, and he says, hey, man, I got to ask you something. He's like, what would you do? I caught her in a car with another dude. Now, they weren't doing anything, but it was probably a drug deal or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
You're that a precursor. Who knows?
He's like, man, it took every fiber of my being not to kick his ass. And I'm like, well, really your problem, if there's something going on there, should not be with him. It should be with her.
Yeah.
But you can't kick her ass. I just want to make that clear.
Did he agree with that? Because not everyone has that sentiment. The guy's like, why not?
No, I think he probably thought, why not?
He's on board.
No, I think he probably thought, why not?
Yeah.
But this is the same guy that when we went to the Chargers-Raiders game.
Yeah.
And the Chargers-Raiders game was just last week, and there were like 8 million fights.
Oh, yeah.
People bleeding from the head all over the place.
Yeah, we went to a Chargers-Raiders game in San Diego with him.
He was all about that.
And me and my brother and my brother's friends, so just a bunch of white bros and him. And he was like, I don't understand how you guys don't fight. He was like...
He's all about that action.
He was like, you guys are having fun, just drinking, not even... Like, dude, I would have been in 10 fights by now. I'm like, well, yeah, we don't just...
Again, it's
drop the gloves, man.
It is so interesting.
Or sometimes you do.
It is so interesting when you meet someone.
It was a whole other world to him.
Yeah, because there's a lot of guys that do the pretend tough guy thing, and then you meet that guy that's about that life, and you're instantly like, yes, you're one of the real ones. And those people are...
was real.
You're the reason I shouldn't say stuff to random people.
Bingo.
Exactly. Exactly. I think he's in prison.
Me and my buddy were drinking
Maybe
at Kelly's a couple weeks ago, the old Kelly's Olympia there. And we were walking out, and my buddy goes, oh, crap. I was like, what? He goes, oh, I used to kind of mess around with this girl. And I was like, oh. I was like, is it weird? He goes, no, I just haven't talked to her in a while. And she was with a biker dude. And so we were like, yeah, let's just, kind of avoid that. So we're kind of waiting around, and eventually we were like, hey, we'll just take off because we couldn't see him anymore. They had kind of moved around. And we walked out, and as we turned the corner, she was like, hey! And she was very excited to see him. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting on the motorcycle, and I was like, crap. Because I was like, we don't need this. It's like 1 a.m. And he had that look about him. And you could tell my buddy was like, yes, this isn't good. So I went over and I engaged him. I was like, maybe if I cut him off and we just like kind of chat him up. First off, the dude was super nice. He couldn't have given 2 S's. I think he probably has a lot of those sorts of girls. But yeah, that was when he proceeded to tell us about his stints in prison. He builds custom choppers, and we got that feeling that, yes, indeed, he is one of those guys that is about that life. It was just an instant, it's like, hey, are there poser guys on motorcycles with neck tattoos? No, he's done real prison time, and he'll stab you in the neck with a soldering iron. Yeah, it's just, you can tell really early on that it's a different vibe about, the stories are different, the attitude is different, they just don't care.
Yeah.
And those are the people that you should be nice to, as Buckley
I'm one
says.
of those guys.
You meet a Saatchi out on the street and you instantly know.
Be careful.
You meet him out at Hole 12 at Langdon Farms. You don't mess with him.
That's right.
No. Don't crowd me on the tee box.
I've got the Hells Angels logo on my golf bag. Remember.
Is there golf? Wouldn't that be great if there were golf gangs?
Ooh.
Instead of motorcycle gangs?
Well, there kind of are with country clubs and stuff. Those bros,
The Royal Oaks guys are all crowned up at the Portland Golf guys.
Yeah.
And they meet up, and, it's like the little turf war thing going on.
Who would win in a fight of Royal Oaks guys, Waverly Portland Golf Club guys?
Or you round up the entire Elks Club.
Edgewater.
I'm kind of thinking the Riverside guys, right? Isn't that the...
Riverside's a little bit more...
Is it Riverside a little edgy?
I don't know about edgy, but I think it's less...
It's a country club, for God's sakes.
I think it's less stuffy than some of the others.
That's a good... by the way, every country club bro listening to us right now is like, dude, kick their ass. We'll go right now.
Well, let's find out.
I know at least 3 dudes at Royal Oaks right now that if you brought that up would be like, when are we fighting? When are we going right now? Let's go. There's a lot of high tea at country clubs. And I think that would be amazing. That would be amazing. We have some sort of decathlon, like we have a 9-hole golf event. There's a brawl at the end, and then maybe some sort of like drinking contest, like the 3 components of the utmost country club.
And then who makes the driest martini?
Yeah, you gotta.
Maybe a few stock tips.
Who's rich mahogany? Yeah, we got to check out some portfolios.
Who can provide the best gains over the next 5 business days?
Someone's saying Pumpkin Ridge. Pumpkin Ridge edgy? Are they going to shiv you out there?
No. Come on.
I love this idea.
You know who would win? Arrowhead.
I've never been.
They're
out.
down in Arrowhead's in Canby, I think, or somewhere right there.
Yeah.
Good club,
Yeah.
Fun club.
Fun club.
Yeah, drinkers.
I think that's Terry Boyd's spot. It
Yeah,
adds
Terry
up.
Boyd. I be careful of the Arrowhead bros. They're coming at you.
I love this sort of anchorman news team fight, country club fight. When shows up in their G4 golf gear,
Someone pulls up in one of those stupid Tesla. What are those?
Cyber trucks.
Yeah. Oh my God. I saw one of those today.
Tell me you have a small penis without
did
telling
too.
me you have a small penis.
Those things are so bad.
I'm always jarred at how stupid
Yes,
they look.
it's unbelievable.
Because you see pictures of it or you see them on social media, you're like, man, that's bad. Then you see one in person, you're like, why would anyone drive that?
Why would they? I mean, let's talk about the anatomy of the guy who buys that.
Look at me.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't want to make sweeping judgments, but I'm gonna make a sweeping judgment, dude. If you're driving one of those things, I promise you. First off, you're not. You think that you are a badass. You need to get third-party confirmation on that. You don't get to make that judgment, and everyone is laughing at you. Everyone is laughing at you.
Everyone.
Everyone.
It says they start at $80K.
So bad.
I mean, I could think of 20 cars I'd rather
if
have.
there
for
was
80K.
one thing like that you could own, that, and again, nothing absolute, but if you had one thing that you could own that would lead me to think, and you're going to force me to sit down, we're going to have a meal together, and you said what would be the number one predeterminer that I do not think that I will be friends with this person, I think it may be a Cybertruck. I'm trying to think of something that you could own that would make me more skeptical that we were going to get along than if you owned a Cybertruck. And I don't know if I can think of one.
Well, what if they pulled up in a big jacked up rig with American flag and, that whole bit?
Yeah, flags! Yeah, that's pretty.
That guy rolls up.
I mean, I hear a lot about my Subaru and my Labradoodle, so maybe those things.
Yeah. What if he's got a?
I get along great with Buck, and he's got a Subaru with a
What
Labradoodle.
if he pulls up in a Subi with his Labradoodle in the car and he rolls down the window slightly?
Hey, Jace!
So the dog can breathe.
Hey,
Jace.
I bought my bike off a guy in a Subaru with a Labradoodle, and that was the nicest human being on the planet. He was a school teacher. That dude was awesome.
Salt of the earth people.
Salt of the earth
Subaru
people.
drivers.
That's a good one. Truck nuts guy or Cybertruck guy?
Bigger douche.
Yeah, trucks, balls, yeah.
I don't know Cybertruck guy, so I gotta go with go with truck nuts.
Truck
guy.
nuts.
Like, dude, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, some of you out there with your trucks, tell us exactly who you are, and I think that you want it that way.
Yeah. Well, it is because
that's the way they want it.
When you're super truck guy with the flags and all that, you want to be like you want to shock people. You are out there to make a statement, and you love that dude. Nothing arouses that guy more than when someone
they want to get in a fight.
Yes,
I think.
And he feeds off that. And white Oakley wraparounds. Those are the two things that keep that guy fueled and going.
Learning people, no. Fat, uneducated, beer. Yeah, flags.
Well, someone's saying like a KKK robe. Well, of course.
Well,
let's go within reason.
A little more subtle.
Like things that you're going to actually see out in society.
Things that you would see out in public. Now, I will say this. If you remove the flags from it, and it was just, because that's a little cheating too. If you remove the flags and you just had big truck guy versus Cybertruck guy, I'm taking big truck guy.
You mean you're hanging out with big truck guy over
like,
Cybertruck guy?
Side by, like, what is that Love is Blind show, right? And like you got to make just judgments, and like behind door number 1 is F350 big tires, right? And door number 2 is Cybertruck. I'm taking
totally blind. You're taking the F350.
I'm taking the
What
F350.
if there's a third door and behind it
is a Leaf?
Is a super a Leaf? Maybe a Leaf or a Subi with a super hippie white-haired lady with quirky glasses and a cat. And she gets out.
Something extolling the virtues of veganism on the bumper.
You know what? I still think I think
she has a coexist sticker.
I think she could be fun to hang out. I think she could be adorable. We can talk about crocheting. I'll take her because she's not going to be. She won't be over the top. She's not going to be offensive.
How the hell are you going to relate to her?
How am I going to relate to Cybertruck guy?
Well, you can relate to the other guy though, the
truck
flag guy. He'll love you.
Truck,
flags, trucks, yeah, trucks, balls, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I want to meet Cybertruck guy.
No, you don't.
I do. I want to see what that archetype is.
I mean, I think it's. I feel like it's super crypto bro on roids.
Yeah,
know?
like young,
like
rich,
like
don't know what to do with my
He
money.
actually has a little bit of the DNA of the F350 guy, but he's just a little bit nerdier and techier. But like, he wants to do the machismo thing in the kind of futuristic way.
The question becomes, do we have Cybertruck that's listening to us right now? And if so, can you please let us know why you bought one? Like, I'm guessing you're a big Joe Rogan fan. Well,
you're probably a big Musk fan.
Yeah. I mean, I get...
Has Musk gone off the deep end?
Oh, 100%.
He just posts memes all day.
He's a weird dude.
I feel like he's...
This guy says I have a Tesla, buddy. He doesn't own a Cybertruck, but if he did get one and asked me if I wanted to take a ride, I'd have to seriously think about how to let him down. That's tough. Like, your buddy shows up in a Cybertruck. I'm like, oh, my God.
Tell you what, you're winning in an accident, though, if you're in one of those things.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that thing is
thing will dominate.
Exactly. They're enormous.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. I've got John Bon Jovi news if you want it.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I think you want this. You want this video news.
And I've got celebrity death news.
It's a viral video news. Oh, it's a viral video. Celebrity death news. You also have, this just reminded me, you were going to update us on... Oh, F. Now I lost it.
A voodoo doll. Did you get us a voodoo doll yet?
I don't have the voodoo doll. Oh, I have reached out for the hotel thing. Is that what you were talking about?
No.
Oh, I've reached out to 4 hotels in Eugene about flying a Ohio State flag.
Oh, good.
That I have done.
All right. Oh, well, apparently we've got a lot to get
What
to.
was
here.
I updating you on?
I don't remember.
Oh,
We'll be right back. It's the Club on the Fan.
The home of
Hell no.
So I got to get to this John Bon Jovi story really quick. There is a video of this, and it's just a damn delight. Okay.
What do we got?
Do you know who John Bon Jovi is?
I do. You know, I've never seen Bon Jovi in concert, and I probably never will. But
so he was shooting a video or something on a bridge in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
And
I see it right here.
There is a video of him and a member of his team, who is a woman, and they see this other woman standing precariously over the river. Like she is on the other side, like as if to jump.
Yeah, she's going to Peter Pan off this thing.
So Bon Jovi and this woman go over and talk to the woman and help her come back off the bridge. It takes them maybe 30 seconds, and she hops back over. He helps her, and then they embrace. He hugs her.
Oh, this is the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Yes.
It's one old lady helping another old lady. This is incredible.
No, that's not very nice.
I'm sorry, but if you didn't know in the video that that's John Bon Jovi, would you not say that an elderly lesbian helped another old lady off of a bridge? I'm serious, because it doesn't show him from the front. It shows him from like the side and the back. I'm sorry. You would think that that's an elderly lesbian that just helped that lady. And by the way, that doesn't make it any less sweet. That's an adorable video.
Is that a great story?
That is an unbelievable story. Now, do you think that the lady knew that that was John Bon Jovi? Did you introduce yourself? Excuse me, ma'am, I'm John Bon Jovi, and I'm here to talk you off this ledge. Because she clearly was going to jump.
Well, I don't.
Well, I mean,
she certainly.
I don't know if she was going. That's what she was up there to do. She was up there to commit suicide.
It sure seems like it. I mean, there's no other reason for her to be on the other side of the railing.
Yeah, and I guess I'm reading here. It is indeed confirmed. She was a distraught woman off the ledge of a Nashville bridge. The police have confirmed that she is getting. They've put her on a hold, and she's in psychiatric care.
John Bon Jovi saving lives, man.
How about that?
I wonder what he said.
I don't know. I mean, they pulled her over the ledge, and he gives her a big old hug, and then the police show up. And
I know sometimes life feels like a shot through the heart, but it's not too late.
Come on, man. Really?
I don't know.
What?
Maybe that is what he said.
Well, it's crazy because I'm seeing like a wider view of it, and like 8 people walk by her without giving, without anything.
Well, there's a whole crew setting up a video shoot, and the only one that goes over there is him.
Yeah, he just walks over and is like, hey, what's, yeah. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. She must have really been living on a prayer that day.
See, we can all do it.
That was for you, Buck.
Oh my God.
And today he gave love a good name.
Yeah. Well, and that bridge, it's above the water, so you got to be careful. That bridge could be slippery when wet.
Is it possible that she was wanted, dead or alive?
I'm thoroughly.
We're proud of you.
Proud of you for coming on board. Let's go.
Maybe the bridge was burning.
Oh my goodness. John Bon Jovi. How about that?
Is there anything he can't do?
I'm trying to think. I mean, it's a hell of a run, man. I've never saved anyone's, never talked anyone off a ledge.
Well, you're not John Bon Jovi.
No, I'm not.
Get out of here.
I think if I walked up, she would jump. She's like, stay away from me.
It's like, Sue. Ah!
That's an amazing story, and seriously, good for him, and I hope that lady gets some help.
If you want your heart warmed today, go watch that video.
If you were in mental distress, who would be the most random but also cool person that would come over and talk you off a ledge?
Yeah,
because like Bon Jovi's not anyone. Well, I can't say anyone. It wouldn't be like my first oh my God, you wouldn't. It's like Dave Grohl or like Steve Eiserman, but. That's an amazing story. Just someone like a random big celebrity like John Bon Jovi.
Well, this is top of mind because we talked about him yesterday. But if Larry David strolled up and
hey, what are you doing out here? You don't got to be out here.
You could jump. You could also come to lunch with me and have some soup.
That may be the best one. If Larry David saved you from ending it, that is excellent.
Look, I don't know you. He'd probably say like, "Go ahead and jump. I don't care." But look. I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
I was go
before you go.
Go have a Mocha Joe.
Yeah.
And then he'd complain about how he has to be your friend after that, even though he doesn't want to.
Yeah, it's like, I don't really know you. Do I need to? I mean,
And you try to exchange numbers. He's
Hey,
like,
could
I
I
think
get-
we're good.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Can I get your number, Larry?
So good. I had not thought about that, but yes, Larry David saving me from doom would be pretty fantastic.
Text that says, this lady is lucky that it wasn't David Lee Roth on the other side of that bridge. God, catching strays.
Wow.
But I love it.
Yeah.
That's right, though.
that is
That is so right. So right.
Well, again, she's safe, at least for now.
Maybe she took some bad medicine.
Hey!
These Bon Jovi puns are fantastic. This is just what I needed today.
All right. He told me to break, so I got to break.
Yeah. Well, he
You
told
also didn't have anything else to say.
No, I didn't. I was trying to decide where we're going to go next.
More Bon Jovi, probably.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of things here. Did you see what happened to Miss Switzerland? Well, not Miss Switzerland, but a finalist for Miss Switzerland?
Yeah, you told me about that.
Oh.
That's a whole thing.
That's the one that involved a blender?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Puree. I always thought like it was more of a wood chipper sort of thing, but
Yeah.
you know.
We'll see what we get to. Here's Buck.
Now, from the
to watch you model walk.
It's like doing a drunk test, right? One foot in front of the other, and then you got to like stick.
You got to kind of
you got to, and then you put your hand on your hip, and then like swivel. I love how, like, by the way, in every photo now in the world, every girl does the stupid hand on the hip turn. Like they've all learned like that's the appropriate way to be photographed.
We're just acting naturally,
Yeah, it's adorable. You see like 4 girls, and they're all like, they take a picture real quick. Hold on, every one of us, same pose.
So she's married to this dude named Thomas, or at least she was.
Yeah.
And she has been murdered by Thomas. And the reason I tell you this is because of what he did with her.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know you could do this.
Is there a device or not? Well, we'll get to the story, but I don't understand it really.
Well, he killed her.
Yeah.
And he says it was in self-defense because she once attacked him with a knife. The medical experts said that, at least in this particular instance where she wound up dead, there was no evidence of self-defense or anything on his part.
Well, no offense, but he strangled her. And
yes,
if a woman is attacking you with a knife, by all means, do what you got to do to get the knife away from her. But strangulation does take a while, and at some point she loses consciousness. You can just let go of her at that point. So, nice try.
She was dismembered.
Yeah.
With a jigsaw, knife, and garden shears.
Yeah. Which, again, seems not necessarily in self-defense. At some point, the self-defense gives way to the garden shears.
Several of her body parts were then chopped up with a hand blender.
Yeah. Is that like a slap chop?
And pureed.
I just think of that dude, the slap chop guy. Just you got some fingers in there and you're just slap chopping away.
And then he dissolved that in a chemical solution.
Yeah. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough.
Now, I don't know my corpse maintenance or anything like that, but I would think you would just skip the blending and go right to the the dissolving in the substance.
It does seem like a lot of steps.
Maybe just throw them right in the bleach or the acid or whatever you're doing there.
Yeah, it feels like
Have they not watched Breaking Bad?
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't know you could puree people.
I would think the bone would make that rather hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like Dahmer type
and that's
stuff.
what kind of blender are we talking about? I mean, the largest blender I know is not a very big blender.
Well, it says a hand blender. That's one of those little ones where you push the button.
How many smoothies did he make?
Dude, his is
smoothies.
Better. I've got like a Ninja blender, and if you put too many bananas in that thing, it can clog it up, let alone like
an eyeball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the eyeball wouldn't cause a problem, but I'm guessing a knuckle.
Yeah, you throw a wrist in there, it's not exactly getting purified.
You ever try to put like a chicken bone down a chicken bone goes down the garbage disposal?
That's what I'm thinking.
The thing's rattling around in there. I would think wood chipper, or one of those.
Does a body? Have we talked about this before?
Does the wood chipper take care of that?
A body doesn't just. I mean, it doesn't just. A wood chipper doesn't just do that to a body, right? Like a tree.
I think if you had a big enough wood chipper, I think you could probably get through bone.
Really?
I think it can. Some trees, I believe, are dense enough in the middle that it requires that sort of bone crushing power. I think they could.
I rented a wood chipper once, but it was kind of a sissy wood chipper. Like it was a smaller one that that thing didn't chip for crap. Like you had to really cut up the wood. But some of those big ones that you see, like the professionals use. Dude, the pieces of wood they're putting in that thing, I would think that a human body goes through that without thinking twice.
Yeah, I think you could.
And then the scary ones are like the ones that chew up cars with like the metal teeth, like that grind up like construction debris and whatnot. Now those things, that's a whole other animal. But the blender, although to be fair, who has access to an industrial strength wood chipper? It's going to be suspicious. Like you live in an apartment and you just roll up with a wood chipper?
The internet is telling me that the answer to this question is yes, a wood chipper can get rid of a body to a degree. It spreads the evidence all over the place. It would not get rid of body at the cellular level, obviously, so some hair, nails, and tack. So
you're still spraying DNA everywhere.
DNA's right.
It's going to be problematic.
Yeah.
You're better. There's other ways.
Yeah. Like deep in the ocean.
Yes. I've always said just the really deep grave. I don't,
There's that. That's old school.
Yeah, right?
That's hard to dig, though.
I think digging a grave takes a lot more time and manpower than most people
Have
realize.
you ever dug a grave?
I've dug a trench, and it was hard.
I can't answer that. The court documents are sealed.
I've dug 2 graves, and on record, I will say, and I think this just goes for deep holes. They just happen to be graves that I was digging. There is there's nothing in movies that seems easy that is harder in real life than digging a grave.
Agreed.
Oh my God.
Digging a hole in the ground is really difficult.
Yeah. The first one I dig, the first hole that I ever had to dig was for my French Mastiff. And so she's a big dog. And I really had to, you look it up. You're like, oh God, this thing has to be deep. I thought, I'll be done in 20 minutes, half hour. Wrong.
All day thing,
Wrong.
Right? Close to it.
It was effing.
Well, yeah, because it gets harder and harder the further you go down, right?
The earth isn't just loose dirt all the way down.
And there's rocks, and then you get down, and it's awful. It is absolutely awful to have to dig a hole.
And then your poor dog's just sitting there watching you.
Yeah, it's like, what is this?
Wait, what are you doing?
Don't worry, girl. It's gonna be okay.
It's for you, little lady.
The worst part, I learned my lesson. Then I dug another hole, and after that, I've had every dog after that cremated. I had the idea of you know what? I want my dogs to be with me, and I was like, I am never digging another effing hole again. Cremation, and now my dogs are with me on the mantle.
What do you do with your dog remains? This is a topic in our house.
I've got them all lined up on my shelf.
So you have them on display?
Except for the 2 that I buried in my yard. Yeah. The 4 others are all lined up. They're in the same. They're in little wooden urns, and they're they're not on prominent display, but they're in my office.
Ours have all been cremated.
Yeah,
and they are in the closet.
Oh, that's disrespectful.
See, ours have, I believe, been cremated, and we just haven't kept the remains. They're like, do you want us to just kind of take care of this?
Oh,
and we're
really?
like, yeah.
You didn't keep it?
Fuck you, heartless son
No,
of a bitch.
we keep photos of them around. I don't need an urn.
Wow.
I mean,
I don't look. I respect what you're saying. I get it. I
God
totally
forbid
get
John Buckley dies. What you're gonna do to him?
He did say he was gonna get a tattoo of his Jack Russell Terrier when she passed, but that hasn't happened yet.
Well, I mean, we have three of them over there. Ned's over there, Daisy's over there, and Bo Cephas is over there.
Yeah,
they're all kind of hanging out there, but
just in a closet, huh?
At some point, you're just like, well, I mean.
You put on what else?
Am I gonna?
That's what stuff goes on shelves.
What's the end game here?
It sits on the shelf.
I mean,
until you're like, I don't know if we need them up there anymore.
Exactly. Wow. And my wife was like,
I guess I just have a heart, and you sons of bitches don't.
My wife did not like them on display. Like they were out a little bit more prominently at one point,
so that people go in and go, oh, these are nice. What's that?
And
well, that's Ned.
She was like, it's kind of weird to have them on display. Let's put them in the closet. So now they're right next to my baseball gloves.
Interesting. No, I mean,
they're probably loving that.
I would not say that mine are on display, but they are just. They're just on a shelf in my office, and I don't know, no one really sees them, and you wouldn't know what it was unless you went over there because they have their little nameplates on them. And then I got photos. I got framed photos of them up on the wall there, and they're.
We do the framed photos in the Buckley
part of my family.
Jeff Rust is in. He says, not going to lie, I thought Danny would be the first one to admit on air to digging 2 graves. No, it's Big Sook.
Yeah. Don't do it.
By the way, he didn't tell us who the other one was for.
Yeah, both dogs.
Oh. Did you say that?
Yeah. Well, the other dog was significantly smaller, but let me tell you.
I thought maybe you murdered someone.
He did, but the fact that he didn't first clarify, like in the first 3 or 4 minutes, that it was dog graves, he's like, I've done 2 graves.
And by the way,
I assume that everyone knew what I was talking about.
Why
else would you dig a grave?
I am not with Rust here. If you said, what are the odds, like, who do you think would be the first to admit on the air they've dug 2 graves? I'd be like, oh, Sukanik. Who did he kill? I don't know, and I don't want to know.
It's just a couple of dogs. Because, like, burying a cat, that's easy, or I'm not going to lie, that sometimes goes in the trash.
The only thing I've buried was I think we buried that stupid guinea pig. No, that thing stayed with the vet. It was like a, what the hell was that thing out there?
I don't know.
I will say, though.
A groundhog or something?
I don't remember what it was. Was it a frog? I don't know. One of his stupid pets when he was a kid. And we put it out by the side of the house. And I'll be damned if there's nothing over there. It's just like bark dust and stuff.
Yeah.
And I will be damned if a tree did not pop up over there.
Look at that. It's a little.
Yeah.
It's a little slice from.
A little
heaven
frog
above.
tree.
Yeah. Look at that. It's adorable.
Of course, I did murder the frog, but That's not important.
Yeah, when I killed a rabbit on accident, it was the same thing. Like, what am I? I'm not burying that
Toss
thing.
it over the fence.
Exactly.
God, puree it in a hand blender.
It's a neighbor's problem. You throw it up in a tree and you let the possum world, nature takes care of it.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
They're eating the pets.
Another close shave with a heavy underdog.
Here's Sappington. It'll be